Here was it? Let me pause that. Now I'll get rid of some of these tabs so that I can see if that's what's causing my shit to freak out on this side. Lauren Chen isn't connected to any political candidates. I'm not even sure what they're charging her for violations of the FARA Act, Foreign Agent Registration Act. She didn't register as a foreign agent. She's not American. It doesn't matter. What do you think? Just because someone's not, where in the law does it say that you have to be an American citizen? If a Russian comes over to the United States and starts spouting off stuff and like doing stuff at the behest of Russia, she's default a foreign agent? No. If you come over here into the United States as just like a tourist, you don't have to register as a foreign agent. But if you're someone that comes over here from Canada, not as a tourist, as someone that is like opening up businesses over here and you're doing shit over here, you know? I mean, like also the two Russians that they indicted, I don't believe they're American citizens. You don't have to be an American citizen to violate FARA. You mean like people do for Ukraine? Well, if Ukraine is paying those people, I mean, fuck, like, look, here's a fun, what's his name? Did I search him recently? Ryan Macbeth. He put out a video about it.
Today, we are diving into a story that feels like it is straight out of a spy movie.
We'll watch
media's
this last half
tagline
of this.
says, "Fearless voices live here." A few months back that was happy to cover, parroting Russian talking points, where he thought of this himself.
And they know it. But I don't know that it matters anymore.
Where he talks about it.
This is
And maybe at the end of the day, tenant media aren't traitors. They're just grifters. The content creator equivalent of carnival barkers. They have nothing new to say. They have no investigative journalism. They just have anger on demand and lazily produce content that's simple to edit so they can pump out 4 videos a week. This case highlights just how far some foreign entities will go to manipulate public opinion. They're not just buying ads or pushing their content, they're embedding themselves in our media landscape, pretending to be something they're not. And that's dangerous. It's a reminder to all of us. Always check your sources. Be skeptical of where information is coming from, especially when it's from unknown entities. And most importantly, stay informed, because when you know what's going on, you're a lot harder to fool. Hey, if you're in the LA area, come to the 2024.
Oh man, I don't remember what part he talked about it. Let me see, because he shows a screenshot of. Okay, this is where he talks about FARA, I guess.
This means that the founders of Tenet Media, Liam Donovan and Lauren Chen, knew that they were taking money from Russia. So now let's talk about this law. Here,
see, everything that you're saying here, this is cope. You realize that. I have like, all this information on my side and all of that. I have the like literal indictment. I have the fact that Lauren Chen hasn't said anything, meaning she's either arrested or she's lawyering up like a. Nobody that was part of Tenet Media is denying anything here, right? And so I have all of that, but like all you have is what about Loaderbox? They saved this for the election, totally not corrupt. I'm sure the corrupt government is the corrupt government is fair and is properly investigating. Who is coping? Who is the one coping? You realize that, like, we're looking at actual corruption here in the media, right? You realize that we're looking at, like, actual literal pay-for-play media coverage from a hostile country. The stuff you call Russian propaganda, have you proven any of it false? We've had debate after debate after debate. All of the stuff that I've argued against on their stuff, and you've always just said, oh, well, Russia, Ukrainian Nazis. Like, you don't have any facts on your side. Give me one point. Give me one point that these spout off on a regular basis, and I'll have an answer for it. Lost 500K what? Like, people? I don't think that number is accurate. Prove it? Well, I would pull up the statistics that show the differences between what the Russians claim, which is that 500,000 number, versus what the averages of around, I think, somewhere between 250,000 to 300,000 on the high end. I believe that is like the average of what the U.S. thinks, what Ukraine says that they have, France, the UN, independent watchdogs. Like, the average comes out to 250 to 300K. But why would we trust those numbers? Why would we trust those numbers when Russia has already told us that it's 500K? The burden of proof is not on me, number one. The burden of proof is on the state to prove this. And the federal government has a 95% conviction rate. So I'm going to make a guess that these people are probably giga. But listen, let's listen to this part.
In the U.S., we have something called the Foreign Agents Registration Act, or FARA. Basically, if you're working as an agent of a foreign principal in the U.S., you need to register with the Department of Justice. Why? Because transparency is key. People deserve to know who is influencing them and why. Note that I still work for the U.S. government in some...
You can't point towards any real, tangible, concrete corruption. You can't point towards that. You can point towards whispers and allegations and all sorts of shit. You can point towards that. But unlike you, I have an actual indictment that shows all of it, lays out exactly what happened. On top of that, none of the people involved seem to be contesting any of the parts that they were involved with. It kind of seems to me that you're the one that's blatantly ignoring corruption. How do you explain the nonstop mobilizations in full cemeteries in Ukraine? Nonstop mobilizations, they're being invaded by what was thought to be the second most powerful military in human history. So they probably are having to mobilize people so that they can train up more troops to replace people that have died, and to also rotate in fresh troops and give people who have been on the front line a month or 2 or 3 break. I mean, I don't know anything about full cemeteries, but I don't think that that's true, Letnergoat, because I mean, I watch a lot of the gore porn, videos of the people fighting on the front lines on Twitter and on YouTube. You can go and watch it for yourself. None of those people look to be above the age of 30 on average. The country who made up the Ghost of Kiev. I think the Ghost of Kiev was cool. It wasn't true, right? But I mean, if we want to look at all the lies that Russia told, that their biggest, baddest ship on the Black Sea, the Moskva, got obliterated because the Russian army doesn't take care of their shit, didn't have any of their early warning systems or their defense systems, not even that they weren't online, they were in operational, not even operational. So they lost their biggest ship. They said that was just a fire that broke out, oopsie doopsie, not that they got hit by 3 missiles and blown the up. I mean, we can look at the stupid, they're making viruses that can, for some reason, only affect people who are ethnic Russians in a biolab that was literally built by the Soviets. I mean, please, for the love of God, if you want to talk about stupid lies that people have told, you're listening to the people that are just and the funny thing is, they're laughing at you. Do you know what the RT response when reached for comment was? They're laughing at you. They said, and then on line 2, they said, ha 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 ha. And then they said on line 3, ha, 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 ha. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at you because you believe them. And they're telling you that they're lying to you. And they're telling you what they're doing. And even when they tell you exactly what they're doing, you're continuing to suck the Russian cock. I don't know what to tell you. Someone here is coping. Someone here is pathetic. And it's not me. And it's not America. It's you. And it's people like you who are pathetic. Troop rotations, you have really bought all in on Ukraine? You realize that real life warfare isn't like an RTS where you spend 500 credits at the barracks and then a squad pops out and then you can just send them and grind them up against the enemy like forever, and they're just like units on a battlefield in a computer game that don't get tired and don't lose morale and shit like that. Like, you realize that in every single major conflict, and like not even major conflict, every single modern conflict in the past, I want to say like 50, 60, 70, maybe 80, 90 years, there have been troop rotations for like every single country ever. Like Russia, part of the reason that they have to keep on doing mobilizations, in addition to the like crazy losses that they're taking, like they also are having to do mobilization so that they can rotate people in and out. Otherwise, their forces would rise up against them because they're not getting enough food or water or ammunition to stay alive at the front line. So yeah, they're like troop rotations happen. And it's usually like what? Like, I think it's like 1-2 months front line, like 1-2 months pulled back, and then 1-2 months on leave. Like, I'm pretty sure that's like the normal thing, but I don't know exactly how each of those countries are doing it. I'm not paying for Russian anything. Well, I mean, if you watched any of those people or supported any of those people in any single way, you're subsidizing the Russian like talking points. Yeah, you're subsidizing Russia's information war on the United States, and that would make you, in my opinion, and I think that you already are, in my opinion, like an anti-American, like enemy of the people. But you know, which is why their front lines have collapsed since the stupid move into Kursk. Their lines have not collapsed. How many meters per fucking day, per week are they achieving for how many casualties? Like, come the on. Yeah, I know. I already brought up the bioweapons conspiracy theory. Like, I don't know. Like, I would be too to keep on fighting on this point. Maybe it's because I have a little bit of pride in who I am as a person. Maybe it's because I have a little bit of pride in my country. Maybe, I don't know. I have the 7 deadly sin that like affects me the most is lust, because I'm your mom constantly thinking about your mom, and 2, it's pride. And I would never, ever, ever allow my pride to be injured so hard that I would continue, while my pride is injured, to sit and defend the indefensible, while the people that are taking me for a ride are literally laughing at me openly while talking about how they're taking me for a ride, laughing at me for taking a ride, and then I'm going to sit there and defend being taken for a ride. I don't know. I guess like maybe I'm just a very sinful man. Maybe I'm a very sinful man, and that my pride is too great to debase myself to literally suck the dick of the people that are laughing at me for like putting me into a situation where I'm, looking like a total anti my own country cuckold. But like, you're literally sitting there getting in the ass by Putin. You're getting in the ass by Putin. His is ramming up against your prostate. You're coming because you love hating America, and you're sitting there wondering, well, whose is in my? It must be my own government's. Like, it's actually for you. And the only reason I'm sitting here allowing myself to get one guide is because it is so funny to see you continue to get in the, his big Russian bear cock, 10 inches deep in you, filling you up, turning and twisting your guts around. And now you're sitting here and you're trying to tell me that I'm the one that's coping? Come on, dude. I'm having fun with it. I'm allowing myself to get one guide by you because it's so for you. I can't lose. That the Pentagon thing, that nobody said that it didn't have dangerous pathogens. The conspiracy theory was that they were targeting those pathogens to target Russian DNA. Nobody disagrees. You don't even know what gain of function is. No, there's no lying. I said that the bioweapons, I said from the beginning, the bioweapons that somehow target Russian DNA. That's not a real thing. That's the entire conspiracy theory. Nobody was trying to pretend that there weren't bio labs over in Ukraine. They're just not. Number one, I don't even think that they're bioweapons. Like bioweapon labs. I think that they're just like biological research laboratories. I literally said that, Letnergoat. Do you want to put money down? Do you want to pay me money? Because I'm really poor and I would really like to afford to go to the doctor and get myself some more ADD medicine so that I can be a functional human being. I'd love to make some money off of you right now. You want to put money down onto what I said? I'll put down $50. And we can go back into my VOD. I haven't been streaming for that long, only 37 minutes. It must have only been in the past 10 minutes that I said that. No, I wouldn't have to. I want to know, how much money do you want to put down on whether I said biolabs in Ukraine? Oh, I guess he doesn't want to. I guess he doesn't want to make the bet. Okay. Anyways, let's watch this about the FARA Act real quick.
Some capacity. Why? Because transparency is key. People deserve to know who is influencing them and why. Note that I still work for the US government in some capacity as a contractor, and that puts a lot of restrictions on what I can say and do. For example, every once in a while, United 24 sends me an email asking me if I'll make content with them or for them. And United 24 is a Ukrainian government-funded media outlet. And while I agree with Ukraine's fight for freedom, I'm not a mouthpiece for any foreign government. And I always tell them no. But if I did agree to do it, I would have to register for FARA. Kalashnikov and Afanasyev were living in the US and they didn't register. And that's a big no-no. So now they're facing charges for conspiracy to violate FARA and conspiracy to commit money laundering. And that isn't just about breaking a technicality, it's about covertly influencing public opinion in the US and hiding who's behind it. And when you're playing in the shadows like that, you're breaking the law. So why does this matter? I mean, Tenet Media's tagline says,
"Did you hear that, Letnergoat?"
And violate FARA
Listen
and
to it.
conspiracy to commit money laundering. And that isn't just about breaking a technicality, it's about covertly influencing public opinion in the US and hiding who's behind it. And when you're playing in the shadows like that, you're breaking the law. So why does this matter? I mean, Tenet Media's tagline says, "Fearless voices live here." Maybe they're just telling the truth, and the media, which is controlled by the Jews and the military-industrial complex, don't want you to hear the truth. But there is this one weird thing. Remember that attack on a concert hall in Moscow a few.
Anyways, that was his little spiel on FARA. I mean, I don't know. I think I would be too. I think that I have too much pride to sit there and defend the people that are me in the. I guess I just have too much pride. Maybe I'm a bad person for that. But personally, I think that I would be just too to keep on coping like this. Yeah, because Ghost of Kyiv was a lie, a propaganda lie, and the bioweapons lab was also a lie. Because it's not a bioweapons lab. I'm 99% sure. Here, let's click on the Wikipedia page. Debunked as disinformation by multiple media outlets, scientific groups, and international bodies. The claim was amplified by China's Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Chinese state media. It was also promoted by followers of the QAnon conspiracy theory and subsequently supported by other far-right groups inside of the United States. Blah. Where does it talk about the actual laboratories in Ukraine were established on a legal basis per the Biological and Toxin Weapons Convention, the BWC, which encourages cooperative research between signatory states in the area of new potential threats such as zoonotic diseases. So it's not a bioweapons lab. The U.S. pointed out that it has been running cooperative research together with Russia itself since 1992 for 21 years in exactly the same way as with Ukraine and other countries. This U.S.-Russian cooperative research program was terminated by Russia in 2005. Blah, blah, blah. The United States also that the documents published by Russia were virtually unreadable. U.S. requests to provide readable copies were ignored and later used by Russia to claim that the U.S. did not provide responses to their legitimate documents. I don't know Lactoid well enough to just like pull them onto my stream. Man, my bit rate on my stream is like freaking the out. Can I fix this before I like commit to watching something? Because it's if I lower the quality, because it says I've dropped 30% of the frames since I started streaming. Can you please say hi to my brother Sam, Bones? Happy birthday, Bones. I can't wait for the D's nuts joke that's coming. My internet. Let me go look at my router really quick and make sure that I didn't like accidentally almost pull out the Ethernet cable real quick, just because I don't want to get like super deep into something. And it just like I've lost 30% of the frames so far. So 1 second, give me a couple seconds, guys. Sansa doesn't want to bring an unbiased lawyer on. I can't just like hit up every random streamer that you want me to bring on. I don't know him as much. I don't know him that well. Is he streaming right now? Is that someone that I can just hit up? Okay, let me see what I can do. Like, I don't know settings. Damn it. Why am I having so many issues with OBS recently? Twitch max bitrate. Okay, I'm going to drop it down to 4,000 kbps. Apply. Okay. And let's see if that stabilizes things. We'll wait another like 3 minutes to see if it freaks the f out. Have you tried hard resetting your modem? Well, if I do that, then it's going to cut the stream completely, and I don't want to do that. That'll be the like last resort. Okay, it seems more stable. He's probably in at least one Discord you share. No, I know he's probably in Wix. I don't know him that well. Maybe I could. Here, I'll shoot him a DM. All right. If it'll pacify you. How's it going? Unpronounceable username. Yo, there is a guy completely spurging in my chat, begging me to ask you a question. Do you think FARA was violated as a lawyer in the what was the tenant media, at least as far as what is laid out in the indictment? All right, I just messaged a like near total stranger for you, Letnergoat. I hope that you're happy. All right, a near total stranger who I messaged one time in like February of last year. Oh no, hold on. No, I messaged him in August of last year. So it's been a full year since I've messaged this total stranger. I'm doing it just for you though. Will you admit that you're wrong if he says that FARA was almost certainly violated? Will you admit that you were wrong, or will you continue to cope on some other completely non-related bullshit? And stream is still losing it. I really don't want to end stream. Well, it's not even him at this point. It's my internet fluctuating like it is. You know what? Everybody stay in chat. I'll stay in chat on my phone. All right. God, I hate the Twitch mobile app now. All right, here we go. Let me just go to chat on my phone. Howdy. Look at that. I'm here on my phone. Oh, well, it's not sending. I'm gonna have to go into the room with the thing anyway. Stay in chat, all right? So not a stranger, you just have a goldfish memory? It's not like a goldfish memory. I messaged a stranger a year ago. How am I supposed to know this guy? I don't think he's ever been on my stream, just me and him. Stream hasn't buffered for me yet. It's saying that I'm losing frames in real time. Like, if you look at the right here, it says dropped frames, 57,341. Chat does seem delayed. Yeah, okay, I'm going to reset my... All right. We're back. Test. All right, looks like we're back. All right, let's see if it stays stable. Hopefully it does. Otherwise, we're just going to have to keep going, and yeah, we'll just have to see if it... I'm watching it right now because I had 272 dropped frames immediately. No, it's still going. It's still doing it. Give me 1 second. Internet speed test. If I call the ISP, no, because this is the first time I've had an issue. My download speed seems to be fine. My upload speed is totally fine. All right. One last little thing I'm going to do. Well, hold on. No. All right, the next time I see it start to dip, I'm going to just close OBS very quickly. I will restart it, run it as an admin or something. I don't know. But, like, it's not like I have a bunch of stuff. Oh, you know what? Also, I should do the thing that, let's just watch the drop frames number, see if it goes up. We're at 515 right now. If it goes back up. Okay, I think we're looking okay. So we're going to keep going. Lactoid hasn't responded, but in the meantime, we're just going to go ahead. We're going to watch our videos, okay? We're going to see what happens. Okay, really quick, I'm just going to look at these articles that Gaetz sent me. I really shouldn't be just, like, sitting here staring at the dropped frames thing. I'm just, like, so concerned about it. Oh, also, I forgot to say before the first stream crash. Also, big thing, all right? I'm going to be grifting extra hard. I'm not sure exactly what sorts of things, like, as a community that we want to do, or as, like, people that are, you know, watch my stream on a regular basis. I'm not sure exactly how to better monetize you people. I don't know how the other streamers do it. I don't know how they cultivate a culture in their communities of dropping money on them. But grifting, like the people that you've been defending the entire time. I'm going to be grifting because I need money. I am officially rationing, not just like every other day, but like half pills of my ADD medicine. So I need to be able to afford my ADD medicine so that I can continue being a functional adult, so that I can find a job, so I can continue, getting my ADD medicine. So I'm going to be hardcore, like I'm going to be looking at the time, and every 30 minutes, I'm going to be asking you people for money. I hate asking people for money. I hate coming off as a poor person. All right. But damn, son, I'm taking half of an ADD pill every day, and I have 3 days of half pills left. All right. Run more ads, it adds up. If I increase my ads more from where they are, actually, I don't even know where they're at right now. Go away. Right now, I'm getting 30% ad share revenue. If I put it at 3 minutes of 3 minutes of ads per hour, everybody loses their minds. I would love to run 3 minutes of ads per hour. But holy shit. You know what? I'm gonna put it up to 55% right now. It's gonna be 3 minutes. All right. 5% of the hour is taken up by ads. They can fix that by subbing. That is true. I hate ruining the viewing experience for people, but also your boy, like, I mean, I hate to do the like donate or I'm going to like be in dire straits thing, but that's where I'm at right now. I applied to 20 different places in the past 2 days, yesterday and today. I mean, like, I'm not like being picky about it anymore. I'm applying for literally anything. But yeah, I still need, if I'm not getting these jobs like in the next like week or two, I'm going to need medicine to keep me to be able to focus on applying for jobs and putting it into spreadsheets so I keep track of it and all that stuff. And you are giving follow-up calls? I'm giving follow-up calls. I'm applying for stuff that I'm both qualified for, that I'm unqualified for, that are entry-level positions. Trust me. All right? I'm not like an incapable adult, okay? Right? I know what you're supposed to do when you're applying for jobs. But and I'm not trying to make this, like, I'm not like banking on this being my full-time job, right? This is my hobby that I like to do on the side for a little extra cash. But the little extra cash that you get off of Twitch right now is literally all I'm getting. So, and that's once a month, right? And I think I'm going to be getting like somewhere like $30 on my payout on the 15th. So, all right. Now that we're done with Depresso Poor Sansol. Poor Sansol moment. But all that really was to say that, like, I need to, like, monetize you fucks so that I can get the medicine. Because also, if you guys want me to be, you know, even entertaining on stream, I'm going to need to be medicated. You guys do not like my streams. People hate it when I'm unmedicated on stream. I hate streaming unmedicated. It's rough. All right? So, for your own goods. All right, let's read a couple of these from Internet Gas. I mean, I've tried. I keep on going through cycles of trying to fix the YouTube thing. Like, I did it right before I went to that bachelor party, and damn, son, like it feels like it's impossible. I do literally everything that they ask, and then they say, all right, it's gonna take a couple of days, but it should work now. And then I like look back and nothing has changed. So let's look at this guy. FBI searched home of 2 Americans with ties to Russian state media. This is supposed to be relevant to the first video that we're going to watch, okay? Reuters. The FBI earlier this month searched the homes of 2 Americans with ties to Russian state media, including a former United Nations weapons instructor and an advisor to Republican presidential candidate Donald Trump's 2016 campaign. The moves follow recent U.S. warnings that the Russian government is attempting to influence the November U.S. presidential election. This was August 21st of this year. Damn, just a couple of days ago. One home in Del Mar, New York was linked to Scott Ritter, a former United Nations weapon inspector and critic of U.S. foreign policy, while another in Virginia was tied to Dimitri K. Simes, an advisor to Trump's first presidential campaign in 2016. Both men confirmed the searches in media statements. Oh, so it doesn't even say what the actual... Oh, wait, hold on. Ritter, who was convicted in 2011 by a jury in an online underage sex sting. Ooh, rough. Said the FBI search on his home was related to concerns that the U.S. government was related to concerns that the U.S. government has about alleged violation of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. The law requires Americans to disclose political activities on behalf of foreign governments. No, I definitely do, Redtron. That's the problem. I've used my driver's license. I've used my picture. They all are recent pictures, but whatever. Never forget that Scott Ritter is a twice convicted sex offender who is actively working for Russian state media sources RT and Sputnik and denies Russian atrocities in Bucha and elsewhere. Details: unlawful contact with minor. Jesus Christ. All right. Scott Ritter's eye-opening speech in Chechnya. Why are we watching these again?
Большое спасибо, ваш президент, ваш командир, ваш офицерам и солдат Чечни. Это моя второй раз в Чечне. Моя первая, когда человек говорит, почему вы хотите визитить Чечню? Я говорю, надо визитить. Почему? Потому что сейчас вся Америка, вся Европа, люди только знают, когда я говорю Чечня, она думает, это страшный человек. Но страшно не хорошо, страшно плохо. Это неправда. Когда я визитный, я смотрел чеченские люди, самые хорошие люди. Люди хотят жить мир. Люди хотят дружба, все мир. Вы страшный солдат. Я знаю ваши истории. Я знаю.
Okay, I think we get the point. All right. Now let's see how this stacks up right here.
On to the next part. This is about Russia. This was actually the first Russia indictment to come down. And it was definitely kind of amusing. The DOJ is alleging a vast Russian social media campaign to influence the U.S. election. Here is Merrick Garland at his press conference. Let's take a listen.
Today, our colleagues at the State and Treasury Departments are announcing parallel actions in both of these matters. Unfortunately, we know that Russia is not the only foreign power seeking to interfere in our elections. As the U.S. intelligence community noted 2 weeks ago, we have observed increasingly aggressive Iranian activity during this election cycle.
Oh man, what was all of that cope that we had on Twitter and on Twitch and in my chat about how they're only looking at Russian interference and they're not worried about any other. They're just like so happen to be only concerned about Russian. Oh man, it's almost like they actually specifically laid out that it's not just Russia, that there's increased Iranian presence in this exact same thing. Oh man. But if we just ignore all of the things that, if we just ignore everything that the government says and just says that the government's bad, then I guess we can come away with anything that we want.
That includes recently reported activities by Iran to compromise former President Trump's campaign and to avoid an election outcome that it regards as against its interests. Those recently reported Iranian activities also include efforts to obtain access to individuals who themselves have access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. The Justice Department's message is clear. We have no tolerance for attempts by authoritarian regimes to exploit our democratic system of government. We will be relentlessly aggressive in countering and disrupting attempts by Russia and Iran, as well as China or any other foreign malign actor to interfere in our elections and undermine our democracy.
Okay, so that was part of the big press conference. Next, let's put this one up there on the screen. They have announced a plan to counter Russian influence ahead of the 2024 election. I went through, and while this RT indictment was a separate one, it actually came out much later than the original one. The original one, honestly, is a complete joke, because if you go through and actually start to read what all of this is, they are targeting both individuals and others who basically like wrote op-eds or appeared on RT Russia Today as some sort of large Russian social media op, on top of highlighting some of the so-called Russian disinformation on social media.
I like how they say so-called when there's when we have so much evidence. Why do we say so-called when it's literally in your face? It's right there. They admit to it. They admit to it. They're laughing at you when they respond to us, like saying, "Hey, this you?" They're just like, "Ha ha 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 ha." Like they're just laughing. They're laughing at us. They're laughing at us. And it's because of people like this guy who will say so-called Russian election interference when we have evidence. We have like solid proof that it's happening. They're saying that they're doing it. They're bragging that they're doing it. Can you clap? I'm in the middle of a segment, Tron, but like the idea that like we're gonna say so-called when it's right there in your face, constantly. I think your lips are not matching your words. Better? Okay.
How, Crystal, they
Play first Twitter clip. Which Twitter clip? That's the second Twitter clip. Or the third Twitter clip. Okay, so let's... One sec. So what did he just say that I have to stop for this?
have actually large on RT Russia Today as some sort of large Russian social media op, on top of highlighting some of the so-called Russian disinformation on social media. Somehow.
Okay, so that's what he just said.
Those are people who are promoting this mindset are the same people that call, for instance, anytime anybody uses the term special military operation, they say, "Oh, you're speaking Putin language. You're speaking."
I mean, yeah, that is the language of Putin, because he said it was a special military operation when he's invading another country to take their territory. So it's an invasion. It's a war. It's not a special military operation.
Speaking the language of Putin. It's not a special military operation. It's war. Well, it's not. There's a reason why the term special.
When was this? September 7th of this year? There's trenches and specific like lines on maps, and it's been going for 2 years. It was supposed to be a 3-day special military operation, which turned into a several months long special military operation, which turned into a 2-year-long war.
Special military operation is in play. If it was war, there wouldn't be any nightclubs operating in Kiev.
Why not? I don't even know what kind of questions to ask for why what does war mean that everyone is sad and dying like 100% of the time? Like the only time that it got that bad that things like nothing was open, nothing was operating in World War II was like during the siege of Berlin when they were like finishing the job. Okay. It took until like the literal last moment when the Russians were coming in from the east and the Americans and British were coming in from the west, and they were still operating bars, they were still operating restaurants up until the point where they were at Berlin. Why are you highlighting that? Because it's so silly.
there wouldn't be any Western leaders showing up on the Ukrainian rail service in Kiev. Zelensky wouldn't be able to walk around Kiev, and probably wouldn't be able to walk because he'd be dead. Because if this was war,
The subscribe to premium. Oh, I just highlight while I'm listening to stuff.
then strategic leadership targets, command and control targets, economic targets, transportation targets, and other, logistical and infrastructure.
A civilian rail line that carries civilian trains would be an illegitimate target. Okay.
Targets would have been struck a long time ago, and Ukraine would be a nation literally in ruins. It's not war. Ukraine's not in ruins.
Okay.
How, Crystal, they have actually gotten worse, in my opinion, from 2016. If you'll remember all those idiot Bernie bro memes and some of the pro-Trump stuff,
Yeah.
I will show you some of that in a little bit. But, one case I've really had my eye on, and this is actually part of this investigation, let's put this up there, is that of the DOJ, who is serving subpoenas and search warrants on certain individuals here in the United States who they allege are part of this vast Russian, state media campaign. One of them was Scott Ritter. Now, Scott is one of those people, many people who watch the show may even know. I would say it's probably fair to say he's like very anti-establishment, has a very different view, I think, in the most charitable sense of the Ukraine conflict, and has been pretty vociferous about U.S. support to Ukraine. He's been accused of being quote unquote pro-Russian, but his house was raided, as they put in here. The FBI went after him, and a lot of it seems to stem.
Well, I mean, reading through this article, it looks like they have some reason to believe that these people are taking money from Russia. Now, we don't know that for sure. So, these people are innocent until proven guilty. Sure, we don't have an indictment in front of us that gives us the information that the government knows and that they're prosecuting them for. But I mean, if they're raiding their homes, they probably have a reason to do that. Otherwise, they can and listen, if they don't have a good reason, then Scott Ritter has a amazing case to sue the government for unlawful searches and seizures. Sonsel didn't bother to mention Scott Ritter. I don't know who this guy is. Before I booted up Stream and Internet Gas sent me all this stuff, I don't know who he is. I'm sorry, are we going to defend someone who is a multiple offending pedophile just because he was a Marine? Is that the line that you want to take, Letnergoat? I'm sorry, you're actually worse. You're actually worse for one guying me and distracting the out of me than Panda Man. You guys are exactly the same. But at least in Panda Man's defense, he's an autistic 15-year-old. You are ostensibly an adult. Someone who's anti-state has the state going after him. It was back in 2011. In an online underage sex sting. And then another one. Oh, wait, no. This is the same one. This is 2011. It seems like he was soliciting a minor on the internet for sex. He's been politically activated for a long time, and a jury of his peers found that the pedophile was doing pedophile shit. I didn't realize that the conservatives are willing to defend pedophilia all of a sudden. What the
From the fact that he was very open about going on RT and or writing op-eds, for them. Now, I think that's very...
Oh, so he was writing op-eds and appearing on RT. Okay, got you.
different, doing something out in the open and being very open with your opinions, as opposed to what Lauren Chen and Liam Donovan were doing, which is taking money knowingly from Russia and then funneling that to other people and basically deceiving them.
Well, Lauren Chen definitely knew.
into some sort of large scheme. So I have been wanting to keep my eye on this. I'm not saying I'm pro Scott Ritter or anything, but
No,
he's a
but you
U.S.
don't have to
citizen.
be. I mean,
yeah,
the point
he's a
is-
U.S. citizen, and he has a legitimate opinion. You may not agree with that opinion. Why are they going through this man's house?
Yeah, and
Yeah.
he hasn't been indicted
they're
yet,
looking
just
for
to be
more
clear.
pictures.
But yeah, this is where you get into like, listen, you're allowed to be pro-Putin.
Yeah, no, like actually.
Like this is, this is America. We're supposed to have free speech rights, and even if your speech is supporting,
But if you're, and all of that is totally true. All you have to do is register as a foreign agent if you're taking any like orders or if you're taking any money from a foreign nation. That's all you got to do.
official bad guy regime of the U.S. government, like you're allowed to do that. So that's where it starts to get. The other thing with all
Unless you're an unregistered foreign agent.
of this saga is, you're talking about one of the things that they're targeting is this doppelganger campaign, they're calling it, of, this is the kind of creating fake a network that use sites, they say, that impersonated legitimate news entities and fake social media profiles impersonating Americans. This goes back to like some of the core 2016 allegations of the influence campaign that was being run there. And, I'm not saying any of this is good, by the way, we engage in these types of activities as well, as does, and we'll get to this in a minute, Israel, and no one seems that upset about that, and there's no indictments coming down about that.
Can you show where Israel is paying someone directly from the government of Israel or laundering money to make it look like it's not coming from the state of Israel, but it is, and they're like paying people to do positive coverage or like shift opinion in the United States on the state of Israel? Because I think it'd be really interesting if you had some kind of evidence like that. You should definitely report it to the authorities, because if someone's going to be trying to influence our political landscape from another country, I think that everybody has the right to know. Do you have any evidence of that? Do you have any suspicions on that sort of thing? Maybe you could be like, I don't know, a journalist and either find it out or, I don't know, or stop making baseless claims.
But we'll pause that for a moment. We should also be clear about we have wildly expensive, elaborate, sophisticated presidential campaigns, okay? The memes and the fake news, the things that they're putting out, it shouldn't freak you out that Russia is running our democracy, okay? It's even these videos, they got these top commentators on their payroll, unknowingly again, Tim Pool and Dave Rubin, these guys get millions of views, right? They're very popular in plenty of circles. And even their content, you were saying, is getting 8,000 views on these videos. That's nothing. That's nothing.
They were posting them to their YouTube channels and getting larger views there. And the entire point is just to subsidize these people who will continue to go around and cause chaos inside of the United States, political system. That's the entire point. They weren't getting a return on that investment, and monetarily, they were achieving their goal of destabilizing all American conversations around politics.
Thing. So even as, in that instance, if the allegations are true, there should be indictments there. You're laundering money, $10 million, you're creating fake businessmen, whatever. But let's also be really clear-eyed about how much impact any of this is actually having on our politics.
Yes, absolutely.
And there is, going back to 2016 when you had the whole frenzy around this, whatever, there was never any evidence that any of it meaningfully impacted how people...
No, there was. That's the entire thing. The Russia collusion shit didn't meaningfully indict Trump personally. It didn't. There was not enough strong evidence to indict Trump personally, but there was enough evidence to indict some people around him. There was evidence, and Russia admits to trying to trick people like you and trick people like Letnergoat in chat that Russia is actually the good guy in the Russia-Ukraine war, and they're trying to trick you into thinking that everything the government of the United States does is bad and wrong and evil, and that we're weak, sissy, little gay boys who are going to get destroyed by Russia and China when World War III breaks out. But I guess we can completely ignore all of that. We can completely ignore all of that because Russia collusion, Russia hoax, blah, 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 blah. Trump is never wrong. Literally, there's no expectations for any standards of behavior or of even loyalty to the country on the conservative side. Nope, there's no standards, there's no nothing. You can do literally whatever you want as long as you're owning the libs.
People voted and what the actual outcome of that election ultimately was.
Yeah, and
except you have no. Russia isn't the good guy. They're just abusing the world in the exact same way America does. Except for you don't have any examples of that. This is what Crystal is talking about regarding Israel. Israel secretly targets U.S. lawmakers with influence campaign on Gaza war. Ministry of Diaspora Affairs ordered the operation, which used fake social media accounts urging U.S. lawmakers to fund Israel's military, according to officials and documents about the efforts. That's not good. We should sanction them on that. 1 second. Israel organized and paid for an influence campaign last year targeting U.S. lawmakers in the American public with pro-Israel messaging as it aimed to foster support for its actions in the war in Gaza, according to officials involved in the effort and documents related to the operation. Stoic, a political marketing firm in Tel Aviv, to carry it out, according to. We shouldn't. I'm sorry. I'm a Israel defender, and if they do this sort of shit, like, we should be taking a super strong stance on it. I don't want any other nation to be doing these sorts of campaigns in our country. Let me see here. I want to see if we did anything about it, and if we didn't, that's a big criticism. The campaign didn't have a widespread impact. Damn, Israel's bad at Israel's trying to do what Russia's doing, but they're just bad at it. What the Let me see here. Come on. Did we didn't respond to requests for comments? At least 2 instances, accounts with profile photos of black men posted about being a middle-aged Jewish woman. And when was this posted? June 5th of 2024. Updated June 6th. I'm going to look more into this. This is not good.
For example,
this is why the Democrats will lose in November. Someone check that link for me.
I went through and actually read this indictment whenever it was coming out. Let's put this on the screen. I want people to see what was so spooky and scary. Here is one of the Russian influence operations. It was a Facebook page called CNN California in blue, not even in the CNN logo. It had 2 likes and 7 followers. The description was, from sunny beaches to busting tech hubs, we explore the lifestyle, news, and development.
This is one of them. But what are the other ones? These are 2 examples, but like, are there not?
Californian. So grammatically incorrect, wrong logo, and weird banner. The next
with
is
7 followers.
Yeah, with 7 followers. Next is, quote, BBC California. Okay, like, why should we care exactly? These were obviously a complete joke. And that's the point, is that they're very obvious throughout all of these. You had grammatical errors, you had social media pages with very few followers in their accounts. And it actually reminds me of a lot of what came through the Twitter files, where you would watch the FBI get up in arms about some account that had like 12.
The only reason I asked someone to check it for me is because when there's a new first time chatter that links me something, I got to be careful. Okay, 1 second. I'm in the middle of this. I thought that was going to be on topic. 1 second.
Followers that said, hey, everybody, the election's on Wednesday.
No, it's not that it was a New York Times link. Like, people can like get phishing links and disguise them as legitimate links. That's the only reason I ask.
And there's an FBI agent sitting in Northern Virginia, getting paid probably $100,000 a year plus benefits, scrolling through and searching Twitter, spending our taxpayer dollars time interfacing with social media company to try and get this stuff taken down. That's what all of this read through. And I went through, guys, this was a hundreds of pages indictment, and they point out these fake stories. And they point out, they're like, the Russian government created dummy news websites. And you'll look at it, it'll be like WashingtonPost.kp or something. Sorry, who's going to that? Like, for real.
A bunch of tech illiterate people, a bunch of people that are not familiar with like the internet, like a lot of like Gen X or boomers. Are you gonna say that people don't get fooled by like stupid shit like that all the time? TikTok convinced half a generation of Zoomers to try and eat Tide Pods. You don't think that people can get tricked on the internet, Sagar?
Like, do you really Google and then go to page 12 to click on WashingtonPost.kp? Are you that stupid? And if you are, like, you probably.
Oh yeah. Also, Letnergoat. Hold that thought. You're lagging. Okay, I'm going to like. I'm just like. Let me look at this. One sec. I don't understand what the is going on. My network looks to be fine. Yeah, I don't. Is it still buffering for you guys? Marco, are you back to stable? No, it's like very unstable. And I don't know why it like. Goddamn, bro! I just want to. OBS connection not stable. Puzzle causes. There's not a single other device that is connected to the internet right now. Okay, it looks like it's stabilized. How's it going, non-fawn? They do not, unfortunately. They don't even pay me enough to get my ADD medicine. All right. Let's finish this out. Tron, cut out all of that little bit in between there.
You're going to fall for a 10 million more sites.
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say is
Oh, wait, hold on really quick. Letnergoat, Lactoid got back to me. He said, based on my first reading, it appears so. In regards to, do you think FARA was violated? It appears so. It doesn't look good. He says he hasn't read too much into FARA, but based on his first reading, it doesn't look good. Looks like it appears that they have violated FARA. Sorry, buddy. The person that you told me specifically to message and ask about this, the stranger, that I don't know, that I did this for you. Even he says it doesn't look good for them. Looks like they've violated FARA. He's going to read more into it. We'll see if he changes his opinion. But even the lawyer. I sent you to a fair person, didn't I? I don't know anything about Lactoid. The point is that this is so obvious. It is so in your face, like easy to see that there's a FARA violation, that you will trust literally no one. I'm not a lawyer. You don't need to be a lawyer. You don't need to be a lawyer. You just have to be able to trust someone besides a Twitch streamer that happens to be a lawyer. Jesus Christ. Okay, let's finish this, please, God.
I mean, out of all of this, though, especially if you are on Twitter, like, you just need to...
And immediately it goes back to being unstable. All right, I'm going to close out OBS. I'm going to start it right back up. I'm not resetting the browser, the router again. So stay put. I'll be back in like... Marco, are we back? Oh, they might get advertisements. I will wait for people to say that they are back. Okay, I'm just gonna keep playing.
Not believe anything that's on there anymore because so much of it is, it's not even this foreign influence, some of it is that.
Yeah.
But people just make shit up now. I mean, it's just, I know it's always been the case, but I think it is worse than ever before under the, new Elon model where anyone can get a blue check and then they use that as some sort of credibility and they'll just make stuff up. Their sources say Tim Walz is about to drop out and their sources say like Joe Biden's actually dead and this is a body. Like they will make stuff up. So please, I implore you, do not believe this, really, really double check anything that you are seeing spreading online because the problem has never been worse than it is right now. Last piece of this we referenced a couple times, put D6 up on the screen. We know that Israel organized and paid for an influence campaign that targeted lawmakers directly, and especially black lawmakers, and would pose as like black constituents trying to push the Israel agenda.
There should be a very strong statement put out about this. Oh my God, and I'm losing... Okay, I'm going to close out. I wish I could just like pinpoint what it is because I don't have any like crazy like processes going on in the back. I don't know what the deal is. I think there's a fine and up to 2 to 5 years in prison or something like that, Letnergoat, I think. Do you see all the layers of cope that you're going through? It's only up to 5 years in prison for this federal crime. You're dude. I'm sorry. That's
and I'll hold I won't hold my breath on the indictments forthcoming for that one, which just show you like it's very selectively applied.
Of course.
Bottom line, it's very selectively applied here.
Is that there's so much filthy stuff out there and people who are trying to buy your attention. I mean,
Did they get to the CNN thing? Yeah, we're past that. Although this segment's already ruined by all of the horrible, stupid connection issues, so it's not like this is going to be made into a YouTube video. unfortunately. So it's so aggravating. I just want it to, like, I don't want to have to sit here and worry about it buffering and ruining a possible stream segment to post onto YouTube. Tron can edit it together, but it's too at this point, because that's the criminal statute, Letnergoat. Oh, do you think that they're going to let them keep the money that's been laundered? Like, also, it's not just FARA. They're being prosecuted for money laundering and wire fraud. You realize that too, right? Because they laundered Russian state money. So that money is probably up to be forfeited too. I don't understand what the could be the issue. Solutions. Let's go to settings. Where would I find that? Advanced. Okay. Ending stream for 2 seconds. Applying this setting, and then I will start back up, see if that works. All right. We're trying the dynamic bit rate, whatever the it said. Let's see if that works. Jesus Christ. I'm going to lose my mind just watching to see if the frames drop. I don't care about the rest of the video. Sorry. It's ruined for me. Also, I think that if we're going to talk about this anymore, I don't think I can keep on reading Letnergoats, because I'm not going to have someone just sit there, neg me from chat, and completely like destroy my ability to concentrate on the goddamn video at hand because they keep on asking stupid ass questions. Like, I'm sorry, like, you're coping super hard. You're coping it like unbelievably hard. It's that you're coping that hard, and you're like bringing down my stream in a way that is in my control. Unlike this stupid bitrate issue, that's out of my control. But you being in my chat is inside of my control. What did I say? Literally everything, single thing that you say is just like the most like brain dead, like soup for brains type shit. You have no thoughts of your own. You are like the definition of a NPC when it comes to like judging any information that disagrees with what you believe previously. Like, you don't change your position. Instead, you double down, and it triggers the out of me because you act so smug in chat. You act so smug in chat when you're so very obviously, so unbelievably wrong, and you just like keep on moving goalposts, and then you try to accuse us of moving goalposts when you're the one who keeps on getting proven wrong. Like, again, like, you're too much of a to jump into a voice call. Like, you'll tell everyone to go and like ask a question to this conservative and go argue with this conservative. Why don't you jump into a voice call yourself, you I know you say you believe Lactoid because you only believe people that will like like, you'll only believe people that you put all of your trust in, but like you refuse to trust like any of your own nation's intelligence agencies because they don't agree with literally everything that you believe in. You have to have some other like Trump simp tell you, okay, well, this was actually kind of bad. Like, it's so sad. And you like will ask me a million questions in the middle of me watching a video, right? Trying to make some YouTube content or something, and you'll distract the shit out of me with like, again, like the kinds of questions that I would be fine answering to a 5th grader when it comes to these topics. Like, I don't know, like, at least like the only thing that I can say positively about you compared to like the debate board guy that I told to never come back to my stream is like, at least you aren't going to see me like very obviously being as genuine as possible about something that very genuinely affected me, and then tell me that it's like crocodile tears. At least you have that going for you. Like, so at least you're like more human than him. But like, I don't know what to say to someone who like refuses to believe anything that his own government, like you should absolutely be skeptical of some things that the government says, right? But like when the government, when there's foreign nations, like I heard this on a Destiny stream the other day, right? Like if someone is like, you and your brother may fight, but when your cousin comes in and starts picking on your brother, you fight your cousin with your brother. You and your brother are going to fight against your cousin. And when some random person comes in and starts with your cousin, you, your brother, and your cousin are going to fight against the person that like that's further connected or like not as connected to you, right? Like in the same way, like you should as an American, when Americans are being with, right? When America is getting with, you should be on the side of America. But you're not on the side of America. And even yesterday on stream, or the day before yesterday when I streamed last, you were defending the idea of these people getting their bag from Russia, who you seem to agree, and who even the people who are getting paid by Russia seem to agree is a hostile nation to the United States. You're willing to defend Russia over the United States. You have no loyalties. What you have is hatred of liberals, and that's literally it. And that's why I feel like it's almost not worth talking to conservatives, because their first loyalty isn't to the United States. And that's the principle by which I'm arguing by. Y'all's first principle is whatever is like most inconvenient to liberals, whatever will trigger the libs, whatever will help us win against the libs. That's what you don't hate liberals? Yes, you do. I'm sorry. I don't trust that you don't hate liberals when literally every single thing that you say and do in my chat reinforces that you hate liberals, that you will trust anything that anybody says, including enemies of the country. Literal enemies of the country, by the way, literal. Washington, D.C. is more of my friend than Russia is. And until you can accept that, you hate America. Washington, D.C. is your government, where your voice is heard, where any oath that you take in furtherance of the American ideal is made to the Constitution of the United States, housed within Washington, D.C. And you trust them less. You don't have to trust. Oh, actually, you know what? I'm sorry. You're actually like scum. You're actually scum. Say that shit in Rob Nor's chat. I want to hear what he has to say about that. Actually, you know what? I could just screen cap your correspondence in my chat, and I can screen cap it, and I can send it to Rob and say, do you think that it is better to trust the US government or the Russian government? Russia isn't affecting me. They're trying to. They want our country to fail. That's how they affect you. And your feckless simpery for anything to do outside of the United States is disgusting to me. I'm sorry. For the side that wants to say like, oh, this is you know, the liberals, they're trying to like destroy America. No. The people that are trying to destroy America, you're sitting here defending. You hate America. You hate liberals. You hate liberals so much that you would side with the enemies of the United States. You're scum. You're actual scum. I'm sorry. Be skeptical of the United States. Be skeptical of what the government tells you. But have like you have to base that off of something. You have to say, well, the reason I don't believe this is because of this very specific thing. Not, I just don't trust anything the US government says. Ooh, Russian disinformation? Well, at least Russia's not trying to me in the ass. When you turn around, all you see is the upper half of Putin, because the entire lower half of him has been inserted 10 feet deep into your ass, and you've been getting by Russia for years, and you refuse to accept that because it's easier to hate liberals who are your neighbors for some reason than it is to like even think that this other nation is taking you for a ride. It's disgusting to me, and it's like infantile. It's so insane to me. Bring me any conservative that you want. Message every single one of them. Bring them onto my show right now. Let's see what Actual Justice Warrior has to say.
Loyal viewers of this channel, my name is Sean, and today we got to talk about this absolutely devastating news story that dropped related to conservative media, and that was via a Department of Justice indictment of 2 Russian nationals who are accused, among other things, of failure to register as a foreign agent, money laundering, conspiracy to commit money laundering, and of course funneling $10 million of state Russian money into an...
You know what? Hey, cat. You want to go up there? You want to come over here? All right. He wants attention, so he's going to get attention. Everybody say hi to Han. Hey, say hi to Honker. What do you think, buddy? There you go. Here. Lay in this bed. Okay. I just want to have the indictment up, so when he references something, we can follow along. Y'all ready? Let's go through it.
Online digital media startup known as Tenet Media that was founded by content creator and friend of the channel, Lauren Chen, and her husband. It is
Probably shouldn't admit to being friends of people who are about to go down for money laundering for a foreign adversary. Probably shouldn't say that they're your friends.
an absolutely devastating tale if true, and we're going to get into that. And by the way, I actually have some inside information, or not really from inside Tenet, but just from being at certain places at certain times and overhearing certain conversations. So I definitely want to bring that information to you, and I think this video will be valuable for you guys to understand this whole controversy. But before we get into that, I want to thank everybody out there in the audience for supporting this channel via actualjusticewarrior.com/join.
Give me the money. Give me the money. Okay.
By the way, actualjusticewarrior.com/join is not funded by the Russians. Now, all joking aside, I do want to talk about Lauren Chen in the open of this because I don't come at this from an unbiased perspective. I've talked about on this channel repeatedly that Lauren Chen has been incredibly helpful to me personally in terms of helping me monetize this channel, and I want to make this clear that she was the kind of person behind the scenes who would help a lot of people. You guys have seen me do live events before where I'm debating and whatnot. Well, the person who actually introduced me to the organizers of those live events, the majority of them, was in fact Lauren Chen. A while ago, years ago, she reached out to me via direct message, sent me a ticket to a live event that was actually happening near me. I believe it was a Tim Minds event or a Tim Myth Informed event. And when I got there, she got me a VIP back into the green room so that I could meet the organizers, and from that point on I was being invited to those events as a speaker, and I actually met some really solid, great people through that whole process. When I was having trouble monetizing my channel and I got reached out to by a multi-channel network, Lauren actually recommended this person because he was a rep for her. And by the way, this was well before she was even at Blaze, much less Russia Today. And she told me that they work hard in order to get you sponsors. And for about 2 years, those in-video ad reads represented about half of my income. And again, she did that just out of the kindness of her heart. She also ended up getting me my first booking on Timcast IRL. She's the one who knew the producer. She said I would be a great guest to come on. And so years ago, when I appeared on that show, that was due to her. And also, on top of that, when she comes and visits New York City,
I mean, it's good that he's being so open with all of it because I guess, you know, disclosing all of this stuff was what got all these conservatives into the, you know, into the, out of the fire or out of the frying pan and into the fire. But man, This Lauren Chen girl's getting everybody on all sorts of things, right? She's getting paid by the Russians. She's going around to internet personalities that she thinks will be a good fit for like a certain event. Like, damn, dude. She was earning that paycheck, wasn't she, dude? Holy shit.
Me and my then fiance, now wife, would take her out to dinner. When I visited Tennessee in June of this year, she took us out to dinner. And when I was planning my wedding, which I didn't invite a lot of people from the digital media space to that wedding, the first person on the list for me and my wife was Lauren Chen and her husband. So these are people that I actually care about. These are people that I like. These are people who behind the scenes go out of their way to help people. And unfortunately, according to this indictment, that trust that they gave off through their actions over years may have been the very thing that ended up ensnaring a bunch of these different content creators into these deals that were actually just from a company that was a front for Russia. So if true, it's absolutely devastating, not only in terms of the reputations of those creators, but for me on a personal level, because they have always been good to me. So they're
good Lauren clip here. Uh-oh.
Dealing with the rights woman problem, there are definitely those of you out there who will just say, well, it's simple, we need to repeal the 19th. And trust me, I am no fan of the 19th Amendment myself. I think it more so than anything else solidified in our consciousness the idea that the political process should be one person, one vote, which is not a good system. I don't believe in democracy. I believe individual rights and limited government are way more important than the idea of everybody having a vote. And if the past few generations...
How do you square a limited government with no voting? How do you square that? I want the government to make all the decisions outside of the direct approval of the, but I also want them to be extremely limited on what they can do.
Generations have showed us anything. It's that democracy and individual rights and limited government don't often go hand in hand.
Yes, they do, because the only countries in human history that have had like good human rights, records, the ones that have, the ability to like weather like periods of tumult without like severely cracking down on people's civil rights. Those have been liberal democracies, not authoritarian regimes. Like the entirety of like every authoritarian regime in the 20th century, how do you think they dealt with protests? They violently attacked people. In the United States, you have the right to protest. In the United States, you're not going to have the military called in on you and like violently put down every single anti-state protest. This will be your last question that I pay attention to. If it's something that's completely stupid, I'm going to time you out again. Choose wisely. Nothing? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Pressing play now.
Is not a story that I've covered on this channel.
Jesus Christ. Where is all the energy you have for Russia when it comes to China? Several politicians caught with Chinese spies. China, the country that follows no international laws. And right now, the topic is Russia. If China starts doing some stuff where it's like in the news and it's as directly, connected to this space as this, I'll probably cover that. But do you think that I've said anything nice about China? Do you think that I haven't focused heavily on China on this stream before? Do you think that I, like literally 2 days ago, I talked to a guy and we talked about China's invasion of Taiwan. Like, what the f are you talking about? Sansa only cares when the news talks about it? Well, I mean, to be fair, that's the only way that I would ever know about it is when it gets reported on. So
before, where I've hoped for it to be false more than this one. Those are my biases. Those are out on the table for you guys to understand. I definitely don't want them to face criminal charges, to be 100% clear about that. But from this point on, we go through the indictment, we look at the evidence, and we have to talk about it in as objective a way as humanly possible. So right off the top, you have 2 Russian nationals. These people worked for RT. Apparently, Lauren would have met them, again, according to the indictment, when she was working at RT. But after the Russia-Ukraine invasion of February 2022, when the US started sanctioning Russians and sanctioning Russian money, RT shut down its operations formally in the United States of America. And this is where the conspiracy ends up coming in, because according to the indictment, in order to avoid sanctions, in order to avoid all the restrictions, they ended up setting up a bunch of different various shell companies and used Tenet Media, which was something that they set up with Lauren Chen and her husband Liam, as a method.
Do you think that it bothers AJW at all that like these people that he was very close with like knew that they were taking money from Russia? Do you think that like pops into his head like at all? Time to send Pool to prison? Well, we're gonna have to see what happens with Tim Pool. Like the idea that these people, like they had to know that this was a sketchy deal is the thing. Like you got to know that this is a sketchy deal.
Method to still influence the United States of America, but in a covert way. Now, of course, this ends up triggering the money laundering charges. This also triggers the failure to register as a foreign agent charges, and all these different other various problems that are now, of course, visited upon these 2 Russians, who are the only 2 indicted at this point, but could eventually trickle down to Lauren and her husband, and of course, the reputational harm that we see for the content creators that were involved in this situation. Now, to be clear, when you read the indictment, the Department of Justice is not accusing any of these content creators of knowing that they were receiving Russian money. In fact, the 6 people that were employed
Yet is the thing. And this is just one indictment that was unsealed. It's entirely possible, and based off of what was written in the indictment, I don't know how Lauren Chen gets out of this, because she was like, hey, why haven't you guys paid this invoice? And then when she didn't get a response back, she Googled time in Moscow. When she was talking about, expenditures, between her and her husband, they were saying, oh, the Russians will pay for this. Like they knew that they were taking money from Russians. They knew. So I would be incredibly surprised if Lauren Chen didn't get over this. The other ones, it didn't seem like, as far as I know in the indictment, didn't have nearly as much direct implications in anything. But, who wouldn't take $100K a week deal? I mean, someone that is in the news business and doesn't want to get investigated by the feds. Taking money from Russians or Russia's government. They knew that they worked for RT. They knew. RT is a I don't know what am I supposed to say to that? I just laid out. I've been contacted by the FBI as a potential victim of a crime. The FBI believes I have information relevant to an ongoing criminal investigation and have been requested a voluntary interview. I will be offering my in this matter. You better bring a lawyer. It's kind of fucking true. Their issue was getting money from a Kremlin org rather than a third party. I mean, like, it seems like they were participating in money laundering. That's pretty rough,
at Tenet. And by the way, the reason people knew this was Tenet is because it was a Tennessee-based corporation when it was incorporated. A number of content creators, or as they are called in the indictment, commentators that the indictment says were listed on their website, and the fact that one of the 6 commentators has she, her pronouns, and of course, one of the 6 content creators for Tenet Media is a woman. So this is how people figured it out, for those of you who are confused about that. But essentially what this alleges is that Lauren and Liam, who are founder 1 and founder 2, use their position of trust that they've earned over the course of years to deceive people into signing up for contracts that they believed were from this new startup company that was funded by a French guy who is either a billionaire or a millionaire who didn't actually exist, when in reality they were using Russian money in order to sow discord in the United States of America. Now, there are a ton of lies from the left-wing media about this, that Tenet Media was overly focused on Ukraine, foreign policy, and all that, and that's just not the case. If you watch any of these videos...
Oh, shit, I didn't mean to click on that. I don't even know what I just picked. The reason people are doing that is because it's the most blatant thing. It's the most blatant thing. That's not the entire thing, but the entire point of the Russian disinformation machine is not to convince people of one thing or another thing necessarily, right? Although it would be nice if they, were able to convince people, to believe everything that they want them to believe. What they're like, the totality of the mission of Russian disinformation is to make finding out what is true versus what is false so unbelievably difficult for the average person that they just give up on trying to figure out what's real and what's not. And they'll just believe, whatever. They just become totally distrustful, as we can see with Letnergoat, right? They do it with left-leaning people. They do it with left-leaning media. They do it with right-leaning people. They do it with right-leaning media. This isn't a partisan issue. It's just that right now, conservative media was the one that was caught doing this. Do you realize why it works, though? Yes, because you are so willing to sell out your own country. You're so willing to sell out your own country. That's why it works. Yes, because you hate liberals more than you love America.
A bunch of these creators don't even talk about foreign policy all that much, and it says quite clearly early on in the indictment that they were talking about a number of hot button issues, and again, the reason for that was to generally sow discord within America in order to create division. And by the way, This is very similar to what Russia Today used to do when they were in the United States of America operating legally, which was hire people that are left, right, it doesn't matter, their variance in views, as long as they're generally West skeptical or anti-establishment. That was what they were looking for. And there is no evidence at all whatsoever that any of the creators, known as commentators in this indictment, were paid to spell out specific narratives or anything like that, because that's not how these campaigns work. The way these work is you don't pay somebody to change their mind. You pay somebody and boost somebody that already aligns with you on certain key issues. And I want to address something from the indictment, and this, of course, is this February 15th thing about how they wanted them to post this Tucker Carlson video at a grocery store, and it is a message between the two founders and the producer. And I just want to make it clear that anybody saying that this is the content creators, or as Cenk Uygur said, this is Tim Pool receiving $100,000 in order to post this Tucker Carlson video.
Yeah, here's the encouragement. You're going to get $100,000 when you post that video. That's all the encouragement you need. And so, look, if you wonder, hey, this weirdo Tucker Carlson video in a Russian grocery store telling us how the Russians are so much better off than the Americans and we should be more like the Russians, why is that everywhere? Well, this is part of the reason why it's everywhere. Because they're telling people, hey, get that out there. Tell everybody that the Russians are the best, that America sucks. And they're like, oh, I'm getting paid $100,000. Oh, yeah. Oh, look at that. The Russian grocery stores are the best. Look at Tucker Carlson telling us how great they are, and the Ukrainians suck, and America sucks, and we got to make it great again.
This is a bit further than the indictment goes. It's not good. See, one thing, because this is so unbelievably bad, the only thing that they can do in order to try and, blunt how bad this is to point towards people who are being hyperbolic or slightly incorrect or inserting their opinions into it and then saying, see, they're saying this is happening when that's not even what the indictment's saying. This is why you got to be ultra clear when you're giving your opinion, when you're giving something that you would guess, and when you're saying exactly what happened. It's Cope, but like he's not technically correct here. He's talking about like the idea that like I'm getting $100,000. These guys are telling me to post it. Yeah, why wouldn't I post it? Yeah, like there, it's not like directly one-to-one. I'm paying you $100,000 to post this video, but it is, you know, I'm getting $100,000 a week from this organization, and you know they're saying, hey, maybe post this video. Yeah, maybe you're more likely to do it, and I don't think that that's a crazy thing to say.
Because America's so bad, but Russian grocery store.
But also, like, I don't even know if Tim Pool directly posted this video or.
They're amazing. Give me the check. Give me the check.
Is completely wrong, just making stuff up, because all of the content creators are labeled commentators 1 through 6 throughout the course of the indictment. On top of that, the conclusion of this February 15th exchange is that the producer agrees to post it the next day. And where does it show up the next day? On Tenet Media's Twitter account. Obviously, the producers, or that label in the indictment, refers to actual staff for Tenet Media, not the actual commentators nor their staff. And again, this tweet is still up. I'll show it to you right now so you can see it for yourself. Now, to be fair, there is another incident from this indictment that people are also highlighting, and this refers to the March 22nd, 2024 terror attack at a Moscow music festival, in which it appears that the Russians wanted one of the commentators to blame the United States or US intelligence for this particular attack. And when I looked up on social media if this video was made, I found people claiming that this Benny Johnson video, by the way, Benny Johnson is commentator 3, was the video that actually was the one that was requested. And it reads as follows in the headline: terror attack rocks Russia, Moscow in flames, total lockdown, comma, US intel predict attack, exclamation point, question mark. And this is dated March 22nd of 2024. So this would seem like a pretty straight up example of the Russians actually getting one of the commentators through, again, Lauren and Liam, Founder 1 or Founder 2, to cover this specific story, and they asked specifically for the US-Ukraine angle. That being said, it appears that on March 23rd, 2024, the request was put in, which would be after Johnson's video. Now, this could very easily be a typo in the indictment, so I don't want to make too much of it, but this would be the example that people could go to, which is Benny Johnson.
Wait, where's the clip from yesterday? 1 second. Let me just go to my history really quick. Let me just scroll down to something that we watched yesterday. Where are you? Wait, where is it? Come on. Oh my gosh, it's not in my watch history. Gas, find me the video. Here, let's go back and listen again. I want to make sure that we're hearing it right.
Lauren and Liam, Founder 1 or Founder 2, to cover this specific story, and they asked specifically for the US-Ukraine angle. That being said, it appears that on March 23rd, 2024, the request was put in, which would be after Johnson's video. Now, this could very easily be a typo in the indictment, so I don't want to make too much of it, but this would be the example that people could go to, which is Benny Johnson covering this story, and this could be an issue of time zones or whatever changing the date. So that is the example that could be a thing. And by the way, I will link Benny's full video in the description of this video. And again, I didn't say that this was the one. There could be an additional video that's worse than this one that came out the 23rd that maybe was deleted post this indictment being revealed to the public. So leave those possibilities open. Now, this would be the example that a lot of people on Reddit have claimed.
Now, let's see what he says here. And then when Internet Gas gets the Tim Pool video, we'll compare and contrast.
Is the Russian influence one. But again, I will also point out in Johnson's defense that this is not a Tenet Media video. This is a Benny Johnson video. And according to the dates, this is something that he was already covering on his own channel. So you take this however you want. You want to say typo in the DOJ report, time zone issue messing up the dates, or do you want to say that maybe this is just not the DOJ video since the revealed to the public. So leave those possibilities open. Now, this would be the example that a lot of people on Reddit have claimed is the Russian influence one. But again, I will also point out in Johnson's defense that this is not a Tenet Media video. This is a Benny Johnson video. And according to the dates, this is something that he was already covering on his own channel. So you take this however you want. You want to say typo in the DOJ report, time zone issue messing up the dates, or do you want to say that maybe this is just not the video and Benny Johnson just already has those opinions, which is why he was hired in the first.
Let's see what the... He said he's going to link it.
Hey guys, it's Benny. Breaking news. There is a terrorist attack happening right now in Moscow, Russia. Of course, the capital of Russia. A monstrous concert hall has been invaded by 5 gunmen wearing camouflage that ruthlessly murdered hundreds of people and have now set the thing on fire. This is a concert hall inside of Moscow. This is called the Crocus Concert Hall, and it is burning to the ground, what it looks like, along with the hundreds and hundreds of people that were inside after a vicious and monstrous terrorist attack that just occurred in Moscow. Possibly the largest terrorist attack in Russian history by a domestic force, or we don't know, actually. We have no idea. We're not sure who the attackers were, who they were aligned with. We know they were in camouflage, and we know that they were operating in a militant efficiency. And videos we can't show you here are just unbelievably gruesome. Cold-blooded murderers, these guys. Walking up and just murdering.
No, link it to me, Acreal.
Inside of this very, very crowded concert hall, and now presumably setting it entirely ablaze. Moscow Concert Hall shooting. At least 3 gunmen in camouflage open fire on crowd. Huge venue engulfed in flames, and many deaths reported.
Now, does he talk about the...
At least 15 dead, 50 wounded. I've seen estimations all over the place, but this will have repercussions, ladies and gentlemen, depending on who these militants are. The news agency reported that a blast and a fire in the building were shook at 8 o'clock local time. Police and special forces and 50 ambulances have arrived on scene, with the video footage showing a number of people lying motionless in pools of blood. They are horrific images. Hundreds may be trapped in the building as the...
Oh no, did he delete it? That's why we weren't able to find it. Oh no, he deleted the video where he... That's good that we have that on the VOD yesterday. We'll have to find that and see if Tron can insert that clip here. But, dude, if he deleted that shit, bro, no way. No way. Of him and his crew implicating Ukraine in exactly the same way as the indictment laid out. Now, he's saying that it's Benny Johnson. That's why I want to see. And let's see, this is, where's the, did I not click it?
Humans can't even
comments. I'm the victim. They gave me millions. I didn't want it. I mean, I took it. Tim, who exactly did you think might want to pay you $400,000 a month to scream into a mic that Ukraine is America's enemy and Russia deserves an apology? Walk me through the innocent victim thought process. I'm not a Trump surrogate. I'm a Russia surrogate. A bald bobblehead. What kind of person is tricked into saying that Ukraine is our enemy, Tim? You're truly the lowest of the low. Dude, they are just crucifying him. Oh my God, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, hold on. Let's keep seeing if he went along with the same line of attack on Ukraine.
Flames rage. I have a feeling right now that the estimations are low when it comes to people who have been killed in this, because, well, I mean, you can just see the footage. These are the gunmen right here. This is inside of the concert hall. It was a packed concert hall preparing for some type of event tonight. And you can see how many people were actually inside here as emergency and fire was pulled, and then a person here and people hiding for cover. ladies and gentlemen, this is maybe I'm thinking maybe it's not the right time. No, it's the perfect time, actually. It's the perfect time to remind you to prepare. Like, you have to prepare. You have to protect yourself. Like, make sure that you protect yourself. I have a concealed carry. Like, I make sure that I'm protected.
Concert halls in the United States don't let you bring in guns. Like, does this guy not go out and do anything in the United States? Like, does he what state can you bring a concealed carry weapon into a concert? In the United States, you can't. What the are you talking about?
Protected. Like, hopefully you live in a state that has concealed carry, and then
I don't think that there's a single concert venue in any state in the United States that will let you bring a firearm or any single, like, anything that could be considered a weapon. They don't even let you bring pepper spray into half of these places. Like, when I go to a concert, I have to take off my belt because it'll set off their little magnetron things, like their metal detectors. Why would you say bring your concealed carry to any of these things? That's the worst advice of all time.
You can make sure that you are, at the very least, have a fighting chance in a situation like this. It is horrible to watch. Our prayers are out for the innocent victims here in Moscow. An awful thing to have happen. A club and shopping center in Moscow, Russia, appears to be the target of a terrorist attack. Multiple gunmen in military-style fatigues. Second blast reported in concert hall. Gunmen in fatigues are opening fire. The story is developing. Ladies and gentlemen, we do not know, as of yet, where the gunmen are from. 5 gunmen wearing camouflage entered the Crocus City Hall music venue. The U.S. and other European nations warned of an imminent terrorist attack in Moscow. Hundreds wounded, 40 killed, number expected to rise. Crocus City Music Hall venue currently on fire. Hundreds still reportedly trapped inside. Russian emergency authorities are arriving on scene, along with firefighters. We pray for everyone's safety. 40 killed, hundreds wounded after multiple gunmen opened fire in concert hall in Moscow. There is some really, and now apparently Moscow is on lockdown, full lockdown and curfew after the terrorist attack on the venue. The police and personnel being to reinforce security in the city. So the U.S. State Department did warn for people to avoid large gatherings over the next 48 hours in Moscow, Russia. Embassy is monitoring reports of extremist and imminent plans to target large gatherings in Moscow, include concerts. U.S. citizens be advised to avoid large gatherings. So this is public. 2 weeks ago, U.S. and Moscow warned against imminent attacks by Islamic extremists. And ladies and gentlemen, here we are. So again, I do not know who the extremists are, but the American was warning against it, along with John Kirby.
Hopefully you saw the State Department right there put out a notice to all Americans in Moscow to avoid any large gathering, concerts, obviously shopping malls, anything like that, just for their own safety. They should.
Do you notice that? So this was a concert and a shopping mall, and you notice John Kirby
found VOD skipped to $9.40, 9 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, they couldn't get rid of it all the way, could they?
Or I mean, everything in communist China, which of course, actually Netflix is apparently talking about.
We'll get into the news. We got Ian.
Yo,
he's
what happened, everybody? Good to see y'all. Check out the Culture War from this morning if you haven't seen it on Tenet Media. It was hot.
Rollo Tomasi and Timothy Gordon.
Yeah,
were you on that one
cool.
this morning?
Yeah.
Oh, word. Okay, cool.
Great.
Yeah, I'm Serge.com. Good to have you back, Jack. As always, let's just get into it.
So here's the big news. This major attack in Moscow at the concert hall. Islamic State claims responsibility. I'm just going to come out right away and say doubt, but okay. The Islamic State group claimed responsibility for the attack on the Moscow concert hall that left at least 40 people killed. I believe you said, Jack, earlier, it's up before the show.
No, you're not paying attention. You're not paying attention if you think that that's what's happening.
It's up to 70 now?
I'm seeing 70. Of course, I'll just do the preface, your disclaimer that this thing is ongoing. It's happening in real time. The attack happened just a couple hours before we went live here. Security services, we know, are going through the center right now. So take everything we say being within the fog of war. This is a real-time situation. It's actually going on. And I believe, I'm even hearing stuff that I look into that say that they're still chasing after some of the terrorists, and elements of the Wagner group and even Russian Spetsnaz are up in Moscow trying to go after these guys.
Okay. ISIS?
I mean, that would seem like a stretch because ISIS, as everyone knows, was, at least in terms of the physical caliphate, was destroyed during the Trump administration. We had this orange man as president who did very, very bad things to ISIS, and they went.
And they forgot that ISIS was the one that bombed the airport in Afghanistan during our pullout there. We're just gonna forget that ISIS exists
away. But what people also don't always realize is that ISIS was also fighting Russia in Syria. So certainly would have motive. There's no question about that. It's just been that we haven't really heard from them in years, and all of a sudden pop up in the middle of Moscow, right after Putin has this huge victory, right after Ukraine got absolutely bombed to the Stone Age last night.
I got a conspiracy theory.
Are there subversives in the Caucasus that could be trained up to do something like this? Certainly. But the idea that this has nothing to do with Ukraine is frankly just ludicrous.
I think it could be Russia.
That's what I was thinking too.
what would the objective be for Ukraine? What is their gain militaristically, strategically of attacking this concert hall? There's an obvious one: shock, terror.
Yes,
you fight us, we bring this to your home.
You will down on themselves. Yeah.
Yes. But also making sure the people of Russia that are supporting it know that this is not something you can hide from. We'll bring it to you. There's also I believe that's the most likely. The slightly or a bit.
So they think it's most likely that Ukraine did it. Now, when did the other guy even suggest? I didn't even choose this video. This is what AJW brought up. Now, I started watching the video to see when he said anything about Ukraine. That's why we were watching that. But at the beginning, if you were paying attention instead of like yapping constantly and distracting me in chat, okay, we were going through this to find where he talked about Ukraine. He hasn't talked about Ukraine at 5 minutes and 56 seconds into it. We're going to probably speed through the rest of this to see if he says anything of the sort. But for some reason, AJW was implicating this guy instead of Tim Pool. When Tim Pool, we watched his clip yesterday. That's why I said, hey, Gas, find the clip. All right, Gas found the clip. We're watching that. We watched it. They're blaming Ukraine. They say it's the most likely. No, there's a direct line of them saying we should play on the U.S. angle, the U.S.-Ukraine angle. And someone saying they'd be happy to cover that. Now, for some reason, AJW is blaming Benny Johnson for this, but I thought that it was Timcast because they're the ones that said it. But we'll continue. Contain your triggeredness, please.
Kirby says, avoid concerts and shopping malls. Little too on the nose for me. Ladies and gentlemen. What was it like inside? We have our first eyewitness talking.
Balcony on the 3rd floor. A couple of minutes before the start of the concert, we heard some sound, heard gunshots there too.
Where he starts talking.
So, ladies and gentlemen, people are talking about what geopolitical ramifications may occur in this scenario. Now, it has been public knowledge that the war in Ukraine is lost. Former top Polish army chief admits Ukraine is losing the war. Every indication is that Ukraine is losing the war. The world running out of patience for Zelensky's blank check demands. Poland stops giving arms. The U.S. gives a fraction of what Ukraine's leaders want. You can see here on the map, this is from the New York Times, the red is the area that Russia gained, and the little blue areas is what the billions and billions of dollars of counteroffensive money has gained in Ukraine. Yes, this is lost, and Russia continues.
Also, the entirety of Kharkiv. What are you talking about? They pushed them back from like here. Like this whole area was taken and they pushed them back from there. They regained 50% of the territory that they lost in the initial invasion. This is just what they took at the beginning of the invasion.
To take territory from Ukraine.
They left that region of their own accord, yeah, and they left all the dead bodies of the advancing Ukrainians in the wake just for memes. True.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it is what it is. Okay, the world is not sunshine and gumdrops. There are bad people, and oftentimes in war, both sides are the devil. Okay, like there's no angels in war. Dramatic money has gained. Russia gained, and the little blue areas is what the billions and billions of dollars of counteroffensive money has gained in Ukraine. Yes, this is lost, and Russia continues to take territory from Ukraine. I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it is what it is. Okay, the world is not sunshine and gumdrops. There are bad people, and oftentimes in war, both sides are the devil. Okay, like there's no angels in war. Go talk to somebody who's fought in a war and ask if you were on the side of the angels. There are no angels in war. There are two sides, varying degrees of evil. All right. I'm just saying that's why the best stance is to be anti-war. The best stance is to be peace at all costs.
Peace at all costs, unless it's like wanting to elect Donald Trump because he's going to like use our hard power to bomb like people like Soleimani. Like, no, you're not for peace at all costs. Nobody should be for peace at all costs, because at all costs means like allowing people to invade you because it would be better for them to invade you and take over your country than it would be to defend it, which is what's happening to Ukraine, which is ridiculous.
In virtually every situation.
You're go away again. Holy shit. We're going over this because AJW brought him up. Okay? You're the worst.
Will this lead to escalation? I mean, if these people are found out to be like Ukrainian-backed terrorists, totally. Yes.
Oh shit, there he is.
Anti-war. The best stance is to be peace at all costs. In virtually every situation. Will this lead to escalation? I mean, if these people are found out to be like Ukrainian-backed terrorists, totally. Yes. The U.S. can only produce about 1,000 artillery shells per day. Europeans even less. Russians are producing and using 10,000 a day. This is one of the reasons why Ukraine is losing the war. Congressional action won't fix this. So here from the Berliner Zeitung,
I mean, congressional action is fixing that because they're opening up a bunch of munition plants, some of them in Texas, where I'm from. Like, do you think that like opening up more plants and us like making a stated goal of increasing our productive capacity when it comes to military weapons is just like memes? Or do you think that maybe the United States is also building out its productive capacity?
The U.S. knew in advance about plans to blow up the Nord Stream pipelines in the Baltic Sea, according to Poland's foreign minister in an interview published Friday, but the U.S. did nothing. So this is a terrorist attack. This is the largest eco-terrorism and economic terrorism ever. This is a terrorist attack that the U.S. knew about and then did nothing. Mike Benz, who's one of our favorite people as it pertains to these kind of topics of geopolitical warfare and next-gen warfare, says to the report that the U.S. State Department said, do not go to concerts in Russia. Once again, targeting music concerts. If the State Department knew it, the CIA somehow had advanced awareness and provided state the intelligence and domestic paramilitary operations being planned in Moscow. Fill in the rest yourself. I mean,
they have a duty to report. They have a duty to report. In the aftermath of 9/11, the United States adopted a doctrine that even if it's a terrorist attack in a country that is hostile to us, we have a duty to report to that country that there is going to be a terrorist attack. When this happened, everybody heard about that doctrine. Everybody heard about that rule that we hold ourselves to. Even if it's someone that we don't still like terrorism even less. And so if there's going to be a terrorist attack, we have some kind of knowledge about it, right? We intercept some communications or some shit like that. We have a duty to inform. There's no blanks to fill in.
Every measure. By every measure, it looks like the United States knew that something.
Yeah, Putin said it was American scaremongering.
This was going to pop off. At what point is there culpability? Well, I guess we're gonna have to wait and see to find out who these guys were, and to find out, what the response will be as it pertains to Ukraine. I could see this escalating really, really badly, and that's why you need to prepare, ladies and gentlemen. You need to yourself stay armed and keep your head on a swivel. We live in a dangerous world. We always have. We've been sleepwalking for the last 50, 60 years after World War II in this country. Sleepwalking because people think that all the battles have been won. Nope, no such thing. We live in a sunken place. Our prayers are for the people of Moscow and Russia right now. Because of this heinous terrorist attack, it is grotesque to see the loss of civilian life and innocent life everywhere and anywhere.
3 days before this attack, Putin came out publicly at a board meeting of the FSB, which is their internal intelligence service, and he totally dismissed our warnings and said it was designed to destabilize the Russian public.
I should also remind you of the recent, to put it bluntly, provocative statements by a number of official Western structures about the possibility of terrorist attacks in Russia. All this resembles blatant blackmail and an intention to sow fear and destabilize our society.
Whenever you hear Putin say things like that, it's because that's what he would do. He's kind of saying, like, the United States can't be serious about this because why would they help us, right? Because he can't possibly see the world in any way other than the way he sees it.
Oops. Okay. So he did end up doing the linking the US and Ukraine to it at the end there. Tim Pool also made that claim. I had never heard that claim from literally anybody until this indictment came out, because I don't watch these people on a regular basis. So these people all seem to be coming to the same conclusions on stuff that is breaking news. It's kind of weird.
Up to you. Now, the next thing that cracks me up about this particular story is all the different clips that people are bringing from Tim Pool in order to make the case that he's saying or doing this because of the fact that he's being paid by Russia. Now, to be clear, according to this indictment, none of these creators knew, and there is no evidence
Lauren
that
Chen
any of these creators knew that they were being funded by the Russian government. And in fact, the indictment says the opposite. It says that the founders, who are Lauren and Liam, deceived them into thinking they were being funded by some rich guy from France. Now, there are a ton of clips of Tim Pool that are circulating online where he is very anti-Ukraine, and people are using this as proof positive of the Russians paying him to say that. But so you guys understand, what Tim Pool had licensed by Tenet Media was his show called The Culture War. So a bunch of these clips either are before the Tenet Media deal or not the Culture War segments, so they're just his normal, ordinary appearances. In fact, one of the clips...
Again, the entire point here is that they didn't care about the Culture War podcast. They didn't care about the Culture War podcast at all. That's the entire point. They were subsidizing them so they didn't have to worry about anything. They were subsidizing them so they didn't have to worry about losing audience for changing their opinions or for saying certain things or something like that. They're bankrolling them, right? Dave Rubin, whatever he was contracted to do, he was getting like 8,000 views. I'm sorry, I don't even know if it was that many. What is, let's look up Dave Rubin. The Rubin Report. And I don't know. I feel like people have been saying that he's getting like such an unbelievably small amount of views. No, he's getting more views than I thought people were saying. Why were people saying that he was getting like a couple of hundred views? But even at that, they're not making their money back on these guys. They're not making their money back on these guys. They don't care about the individual IPs. They don't care about the individual shows. What they're doing is they're paying these people so that they can continue to like put out more advertisements. They're giving them money so that they can continue to be secure in a financial place where they don't have to cut costs, cut corners here, reduce the amount of shows. They're subsidizing people that spread narratives that are favorable to the Russian government. I don't know how. It seems like AJW does understand what the issue is or like how Russian disinformation works when it comes to like destabilizing the United States. He laid all that out, which was like more than I thought that he was going to say about the Russian disinformation campaigns that are happening in the United States. He lays out, he understands how it is, but how he doesn't seem to make the connection that like the entire point of the company wasn't to pay for specific ad placements, the specific shows, specific talking points, or anything like that. They're just subsidizing people that already agree with them and are already pushing the Russian propaganda. They're subsidizing them.
That has gone viral is somebody claiming that Tim Pool was lying when he said that he didn't have any investors to Emma Vigeland, and this was in a June 23rd episode of The Culture War. And as somebody who was on that episode, I can tell you that this was 100% true at the time. In fact, this Culture War episode is up on Tim Pool's YouTube channel. The reason why it's up on Tim Pool's YouTube channel is because he had not signed the deal with Tenet at this moment in time, and it is ridiculous to otherwise. On top of that, in this very Culture War episode, Tim and I got into an argument about Ukraine, and unsurprisingly, he held the same positions that he would later hold when he...
Yeah. No, I don't know if anybody's saying that they're changing their, well, I'm sure some people are saying that they're changing their opinions as a result of this. They already agree with the Russian government's like propaganda lines. They're being subsidized to continue being able to do that.
He was signed up with Tenet Media. On top of that, when I was there after this show, I learned about this startup company that Lauren Chen was running, and at that moment in time, Tim was actually rejecting the offer that they were giving him because he said it was a crappy offer. Now, I'm not going to go too much into detail behind the scenes, but one of the things that I happened to overhear is that Lauren Chen wanted to come down within the next 2 weeks in order to negotiate in person with Tim. Well, guess what? If you look at the Tim IRL podcast, what you will find is a July 6th episode of their podcast where Lauren is, of course, in studio. And this is exactly probably when they worked out when the deal was signed. On top of that, when you go to the indictment, page 19 and section 29, what you will find out is that on or about June 21st, 2023, they are still negotiating the contract with Commentator 1 and Commentator 2. It says right here, such as hiring of staff, contract negotiations with contributors, including Commentator 1 and Commentator 2, and payments to the U.S. company and commentators. So they're still working on the deals. 2 days prior, by the way, this is on or about June 21st, So my hearing that Tim was not happy and Lauren was going to come in to negotiate the deal in a week or two, and that coinciding with an appearance on IRL, lines up perfectly. On top of that, Tim said that he had no investors at this moment in time, and even post the Tenet Media deal, even though clearly and obviously this was before the Tenet Media deal, that was also true, because when you sell or license a show to a company, that is not the same thing as an investor holding stake in your company. Now look, if evidence comes out in the future that shows otherwise, I will correct the record and change my mind. But the fact of the matter is, all these different misleading clips and all these people trying to use this indictment, but actually not use information from the indictment to attack their political opponents, distracts from the primary issue, which is a bunch of people in conservative media, some of them that I know personally, some of them that have quite literally refused to work with Russia today and the Russians in the past, despite the fact that they were offered generous contracts, were allegedly tricked into working for the Russians inadvertently, and they have to suffer the reputational damage for that. And that happens to be absolutely disgusting in every possible way. And again, if true, it's hard for me to reconcile that with the image of both Lauren and her husband that I have in my mind. I mean, while all the focus appears to be on Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, and Dave Rubin, the fact of the matter is
they're the largest creators. Yeah, why would the focus not be on them?
They're going to be perfectly fine. Matt Christensen, who by the way, I actually did an appearance on his live stream. It might be one of maybe 2 times I've ever spoken to him, but I'm pretty sure it's just one. He actually ended up selling his previous home based on his tenant deal, moving into a new home, and now he's completely out of luck. And he said in his live stream that he had already made financial decisions based on his contract, and now it's been completely...
That sucks, but like when you take money that's super sketchy, what the do you expect? It was the sketchiest thing in the entire world. They sent you a 1-page biography on this guy, and you guys were like, well, I'll take the money then. Like, you guys couldn't find him on the internet. You couldn't find his LinkedIn page. You couldn't find any news stories about him. He's supposedly some like billionaire finance bro, and you can't find a single goddamn thing about him anywhere on the internet except for this 1-page like biography about him that they send you after like multiple like requests for, hey, who is this guy? Hey, who is this guy? Can I get a LinkedIn? Can I get like any evidence that this guy exists? Are billionaires usually on LinkedIn? I'm going to make a guess that if they requested like a LinkedIn profile, then yes. And also, like, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like finance bros are on LinkedIn. Yeah. At least they had a name, unlike Destiny Vosh lefties. Well, if Progressive Victory is being bankrolled by a foreign entity, you should report that to the federal government and see if they're investigating or see if they're, you know, violating the FARA Act. Also, I don't think that Destiny is taking money. I'm not sure if Vosh is either. I know Destiny's not. Vosh, I don't think he's taking money from PV. All the smaller lefties, yeah, they are. But the government doesn't care when it's to help Israel. I'm not sure if that's true, but we're going to keep on watching the video.
Blown up because the funding, the financing, and all that was way sketchier than he was led to believe. You have Lauren Southern, who has had so many problems throughout her life with being with wrong people, with being by her government, and all that, being by other governments, who is now under the scrutiny of the Canadian government because there was a tweet from a politician that said that any Canadian citizens, which by the way, Lauren and Liam are also Canadian citizens, but also Lauren Southern is a Canadian citizen, will be put under scrutiny for this. So now she might be in jeopardy despite the fact that she would not willingly work for the Russians. So it's absolutely devastating in that regard. And that doesn't even mention...
You should blame your friend. Your friend who got you into all these shows, who helped your career so much. You should blame your friend who knew she was taking money from the Russians, who knew everything. If you think that it's so bad what's happened, then you should blame the person who put you people into that position. instead of trying to like do weird defenses around like their involvement when they were directly involved.
And somebody like Taylor Hanson, who Tenet Media was really a big break for him, because prior to this, and I apologize for bringing this up, Taylor, I know you're a good guy and I hope you're doing well, he could not support himself through his content, so he was dependent on that. And that doesn't even mention all the behind the scenes staffers that probably didn't know any of this was going on, who thought that they had a relatively secure job in terms of how secure you can be in digital media, that had it blow up in their face. These people have families and all that. And again, them being misled by somebody in a position of trust within the community is absolutely devastating. Now, there's a lot of disingenuous and dumb people out there who say, oh, well, how come they didn't know? How come they didn't find it suspicious that Tim Pool was being paid?
Yeah, that's going to be a really big question when they didn't even know who their backer was.
$100,000 per Culture War episode, even though that would be the going rate for
when their videos on Tenet Media's YouTube page weren't making nearly enough to warrant that kind of investment. Like, just the fact that there were no questions is so baffling.
Tim Pool, because just think about how much money the guy actually makes. Remember, we did a video on the beef between Tim Pool and former co-host Adam Krigler, and during the course of their back and forth, which I believe was late last year, it was revealed that when Krigler was on the show back in 2019-2020, the Tim IRL podcast was generating something like $25,000 of income or revenue per episode. So if they're generating $25K 4 years ago, what do you think they could possibly generate if Tim left that on his channel today with a new show that he was starting up that, at least on Tim's channel, was doing absolutely wonderful in terms of numbers and super chats? It's going to be a lot of money. So $100,000 to license an episode, again, is not a suspicious number when you understand the digital media space. On top of that, it is typical for investors to overpay for talent in order to launch their network, in order to build it out to a broad audience, even though they don't expect an immediate return on that investment. Fox News, 5 years of complete unprofitability invested in by Rupert Murdoch before it really got off the ground. And a bunch of these other companies are like that, including The Blaze. Again, they weren't profitable for years. So this is not
usually there would be some kind of something to try and offset the cost a little bit. It's like being unprofitable is one thing, but they're not like being told to sell ads for anything. They're not being told to like make a specific, there's like no strings attached. Here's $100,000 per episode 4 times a month. Like, and there's no strings attached whatsoever. There's like no transparency really when it comes to who this person is. There's no like expectations whatsoever, except for like, you know, do your regular thing that you would normally do like 4 times on our channel, and that's it.
Surprising. By the way, Vice does this, BuzzFeed does this, all these different companies do this.
Hold on, Letnergoat, just to be clear, I'm not sure if it affected their content. I'm not sure if it did. But the evidence that's been put out so far doesn't have any direct thing that would show that they did change their content. I mean, like outside of Lauren Chen. And if it's true that they changed their, like on that terrorist attack in Moscow, if they all somehow like simultaneously came to the same conclusion that it was most likely Ukraine that did it, right after they were like contacted by the founders of the organization, the Russians, to push that line, like that's one thing, you know? I didn't say anything about him going bankrupt. They did definitely, like I can't explain the entire point of Russian disinformation campaigns. Every single time you decide to like reset your brain back to NPC talking points, I can't explain it all over again, okay? Someone else in chat can explain it to you.
And we all laugh at the layoffs later on, but that was a part of the plan to try to build out and produce as much as possible, reel in an audience, then trim back later and try to become profitable. So anybody who's telling you that works in digital media is either completely ignorant of their own industry or is lying to you. But on top of that, it is not surprising for a conservative media startup to be funded by some billionaire. And the fact that they sent a name and a profile over and people couldn't find information on him, again, is not all that suspicious. We think of billionaires as like Mark Cuban or Warren Buffett.
Not a single hit online anywhere, and that doesn't draw any kind of... It doesn't like set off any alarm bells in your head. Like, you can't find any information about this guy anywhere on the internet whatsoever. I'm sorry, that is like a level of charitability that I'm not willing to give. That's insane. You can find information on literally anybody on the even if it's just a little bit, unless they are the most reclusive and the best person in the entire world at like concealing their online presence. Like, even if they don't have an online presence whatsoever, like any kind of paper trail whatsoever, like a picture of the person that's not a stock photo, like it's the most suspicious shit in the entire world, and you're just pretending.
Or Elon Musk or Bill Gates or the ones that you know. But the fact of the matter is that most billionaires are pretty anonymous. They're pretty hard to find, especially European billionaires. They don't want their name and their face out there. And again, there have been media reports where they try to cover a scandal related to a billionaire and they don't have a single, or maybe they just have one photo of said billionaire. So this is, again, not an uncommon thing. Like, who has heard of the people who funded Daily Wire prior to the fact that they funded Daily Wire? So them not being
the Koch brothers, like I remember the Koch brothers being a sponsor of the Daily Wire. You think people haven't heard of the Koch brothers, Sean?
Able to find information on a foreign billionaire, to me, is not that surprising when you understand that not every billionaire has a forward-facing public image, and a lot of them work diligently in order to make sure that they can remain relatively anonymous. Now, when you acknowledge that reality, that the payments involved in this particular situation were actually pretty standard for the content creators that they were paying, and the fact that the billionaire is not somebody who is well known to them is actually not that suspicious, and you still say, you know what, I don't like the idea of these people taking money from a foreign investor to talk about US politics, even if they believe that to be a French billionaire, then I would say that's a completely fair play. I would say that then at that moment, you have some fair criticism if you want to go in that direction. Although I will point out that a bunch of different media outlets, including mainstream media outlets, have foreign shareholders, foreign stakeholders, and all that. For me, the main problem in the
if they're getting paid by foreign companies, if they're not registering with FARA, then they're breaking the law. After the duo secured several $1 million in seed funding. Oh, if he's talking about those specific people, if that was like a big thing, I don't know. I just know that the Koch brothers were a funder of the Daily Wire kind of early on, to my knowledge, unless I'm thinking of, oh, you know what? I might be thinking of PragerU. I might be thinking of PragerU. I thought it was the Daily Wire, though. We'll look into it later. It's like the most tangential of tangential points.
This particular story, and the main issue that people should be focusing on is the alleged deception against the content creators and, of course, these foreign actors, the Russians, trying to subvert US law and whatever involvement that trusted content creators had in that process. But for the left, the goal of this story is the same goal that they always have, which is to smear their political opponents as disingenuous.
Wait, hold on. Say that again, you scum.
that direction, although I will point out that a bunch of different media outlets, including mainstream media outlets, have foreign shareholders, foreign stakeholders, and all that. For me, the main problem in this particular story and the main issue that people should be focusing on is the alleged deception against the content creators and, of course, these foreign actors, the Russians, trying to subvert US law and whatever involvement that trusted content creators had in that process. But for the left...
Oh, no, I feel so bad. You know what? You guys are right. I'm sobbing over the fact that these poor victims we're making millions of dollars over the course of the past year being funded by Russians. Oh, they were deceived. That's the real crime here. That's the real crime here. The real thing that we should be focusing on is not the fact that Russia thought that these people were useful enough idiots to spread their lies and narratives all over the United States in their stated goal of completely making us ungovernable, in their stated goal of misinforming the American public and to divide us so that we can never get anything done so that Russia could do whatever they want. The real crime is that Tim Pool was getting $400,000 a month and he was lied to as to who was giving him that money. That's the real focus here. Shut the up. That is the cringiest. Oh, well, the real victims are the people getting paid millions of dollars. Shut the up. Like, what is wrong with you? Like, look at the big picture here. Look at the big picture. These people were singled out as being uniquely, good people to spread a message. They were already spreading a message. They wanted to give them money so that they didn't have to worry about any kind of like blowback or like damage to their brand from losing brand deals or some shit like that for saying crazy Russian disinformation lines, right? Like they're subsidizing these people because of their opinions. Though a foreign nation, a foreign hostile nation is doing that, and you're gonna say that the people, like, we should be focusing on how they were victimized? That is the cringiest, like, low T gayest shit I've ever heard in my life. This guy is so cringe for saying that. What the the real victims weren't, the American people that were being deceived over, all these opinions that the Russian government has been trying to push in the United States that these people just so happen to align with. And that all these people have been, voting for people that would keep Ukraine from getting the funding that they need to survive in the onslaught of the Russian scourge coming into their country. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
The goal of this story is the same goal that they always have, which is to smear their political opponents as disingenuous, horrible people that are just evil in every possible way and have been paid to change their minds or whatever, even though that's not how these operations tend to work. And by the way, one of the reasons, again, why I'm actually very...
Hold on. Most of these conservatives seem pretty irrelevant. These people have millions of subscribers, okay? They bring on to their shows the most influential conservative talking heads in the country, in the world. They spread false narratives constantly and jerk each other off for being truth tellers. Nobody said that, Letnergoat. You're going away again. Every time you say something, I'm going to time you out. Because you don't seem to understand literally anything. You're like so caught up in your own head about how could I possibly defend the Russians? How could I possibly get just a little bit more protein sucking off Putin just a little bit longer? How can I, like, every single time you do that, because you're not actually listening to a goddamn word that I'm saying, you can go into the cuck corner for another 600 seconds every single time you do it until you listen to the words I'm saying and until you can accurately relay what my point is back back to me in chat and then give a reasonable criticism of that instead of making up a bunch of things that nobody in chat has said? Shut the up. You're actually more annoying than Panda Man. Holy shit.
Very sympathetic to the content creators in this particular situation is that based on what I know and based on the fact that I had a lot of trust for Lauren and Liam, if they would have made me a decent offer with the levels of creative freedom that these content creators all told me well before this controversy that they had at Tenet Media, then I might have considered joining up on that.
That is insane. Bro, some things you should keep close to your chest, okay? Like, you know, you're like chilling with your homies and you're like, you know, feet guys get a lot of flack, but like y'all think feet are hot too, right? Y'all think feet are hot too? And then everybody looks at you like, bro, are you okay? Some things you just keep close to your chest and you never admit to them, literally ever. That's something you should have kept close to your chest. That's that you're looking at how sketchy the situation is. And then you're going to try and say it's not sketchy and that you might have taken the deal too. That's something you should never admit.
Based on these parameters. Now, I didn't get an offer like that, which, you know, I mean, you could at least pay me in your scheme. I'm not saying anything. I'm just saying, so that way when it all blows up, I have a bunch of money in my pocket. But the fact is, I can understand how being put in that position with the big dollar amount, again, not talking about Tim, Benny, or Dave, talking about the other three creators.
The money Daily Wire and TPUSA have coming in should be looked at too. I'm not going to lie. I think that those organizations are actually big enough and smart enough to not to not violate FARA. I mean, maybe I shouldn't say that. Maybe I shouldn't say that because these are supposed to be like big wig YouTubers with millions of subscribers, and they are looking at this contract and saying, "Oh, nothing suspicious here." Like maybe I shouldn't say that, but I would think that like the Daily Wire and TPUSA is like they've got to be. I don't even know, dude. I don't even know because these people looked at this contract and thought that it was totally legit. It's totally fine. There's literally no stipulations on what I need to say or anything that I need to sell or anything I need to push or anything like that. There's no stipulations. I have full control. I'm just getting $400,000 extra per month for doing the exact same shit I would have done anyways. Like, I'm sorry. That is so unbelievably sketchy. That is so unbelievably, like, at least with, like, as far as I know with Progressive Victory, this is just something that I'm not involved with Progressive Victory. I don't know much about their operations, but at least they're required to like do a meeting once per week or twice a month or something like that, where they all get into a video call and have like a group meeting about things that they want to try to tackle or good like lines of, you know, what's the word I'm looking for? Like good talking points, I think. I'm not 1,000% sure on this. So if someone knows more about this than I do, then let me know. But I'm pretty sure that's the case with Progressive Victory. There are at least some obligations that they have. Like the idea that you're getting that much money with like zero obligation, with no change of behavior and no selling advertisements, no selling merch, no selling nothing. And like they're losing that much money on it every month, like up to $1 million a month. Like you don't have any questions about that. Like they're like actually drooling like 2 IQ, barely sentient, you know, like cavemen who don't know how to read the runes that are on a piece of paper. They don't have lawyers to do that for them either. Like they're either the most people in the entire world, or they're greedy and they don't care where the money comes from, and they don't care about anything except for their bag. Like those are the two real options here. I'm sorry, it's insane to think otherwise. I don't know how you could possibly look at the situation in any other way. I mean, I would think that it's greedy, like, as well. I don't think that they're that stupid. I think they had to know that it was a little bit way too good to be true. If something is too good to be true on this level, it's probably not true. There's probably something that you're not being told. And there have been times where like some scammy kind of things have been offered to me and I'm a nobody. Some random person or even someone that I like have interacted with in the space in one or two cases, like where they DM me on Twitter and try and get me involved in some org or some try to like get me to like get an affiliate link at something, and then like I'm like, I'm not entirely sure about this. I think I'm good. Like this has happened to me and I'm a like nobody. These people are huge. These people are huge. And I'm not even saying that those were for like political things. I'm saying that those were just like brand deals that seemed super sketchy. And I just like didn't do anything about it because it seemed super sketchy. If Tim could have done nothing better than it will happen over and over and over with every conflict, every enemy. Wait, what are you talking about? If Tim Pool could have done nothing better, then it will happen over and over again with every new conflict. Next time, maybe it's China. I mean, okay, I understand what you're saying. Like, if these people are so unscrupulous, if they have like literally no concern about where the source of their money is coming from, or like why it seems like such a good deal with like no strings attached, like, yeah, the next time that this happens, who's to say he doesn't take any money next time? Except for the fact that he's getting such a big blowback and having to talk to the FBI this time. Maybe it might make him think twice about it next time, but I think a lot of it could be stupidity and willful ignorance. I think that the key word there is willful is the problem, you know?
That I might have joined in on that. Again, based on trust and based on the fact that it is no more suspicious than other conservative media startups that I've heard about in the past. Now, with all that being said, with all that being clarified for you guys out there in the audience, I want to highlight my absolute favorite part of this indictment, which of course is this wire transfer for $318,000 that was supposedly being used to buy an iPhone 15 Pro Max 512 gigabyte version. Now, the reason I like this transaction being listed in the indictment,
for example, the wire note for Turkish Shell Entity 1's $318,800 wire payments to U.S. Company 1 on March 1st, 2024 said, buying goods, inventory, 13, iPhone 15 Pro Max, 512 gigabytes. 308, that must have been gold plated. That must have had some diamonds on it. That must have been the best iPhone of all time, dude.
So much is because for $318,000, you can't even get the 1 terabyte version. I mean, come on, guys. If you're trying to not raise suspicion, this is something that obviously you want to make sure you're getting the 1 terabyte version for. I don't know. This just jumped out to me, along with a couple of other things in the...
Also, he's like, he's moved past the Lauren Chen part because Lauren Chen would have been the one accepting that payment. And that's the person who's helped this guy's career so hard. It's called Death May Die, or Death Must Die. Like, U.S. Company 1's bank account, that is Lauren Chen's bank account. That's her company's bank account. That's so crazy.
The indictment. Okay, I'm going to bring it back to the more serious elements of this because there is another issue that has popped up, and that, of course, is the nuking of Tenet Media's YouTube channel, Lauren Chen's YouTube channels, including her movie review channel from the platform of YouTube, and people are saying that it's really messed up. In fact, there was a tweet from Matt Orfella, or whatever his name is, I apologize for the mispronunciation, where he compared this to the R. Kelly situation, where YouTube waited for him to be convicted, even though he was accused of much more serious crimes than money laundering, in order to delete.
No, it is not the same unless it was some covert op for someone to try and spread the idea that of like pedophilia is okay as long as R. Kelly does it or something. Like they took off the channel of Tenet Media because it has a actual indictment that it's a foreign agent company that's spreading disinformation, and that's against the rules of YouTube. What is wrong with you? The offending material is on YouTube. R. Kelly's offending material was not on YouTube. They took off Tenet Media because it was full of the offending material. Are you? No, he knows why this is ridiculous. He knows why this is ridiculous.
Delete his channel. But in this particular case, Matt is pointing out that Lauren has just been accused of something by the...
I know, Goku Gains. It's really aggravating. But unfortunately for them, they can't point to a single thing. All they can do is say, well, I'm sure that other people have been getting a lot of money from foreign agents, like, Hamas or Iran, to attack Donald Trump, but the government's not going after them because they agree with their message. And it's like, again, was it in this video that he showed this? 1 second. Where's the Anthony Fauci clip? Damn, what video did we just watch? Oh, I think it was the Breaking Points one.
Let's move on.
Let's see. Yes. Like, they want to pretend like they only focus on Russia. They only focus on Russia. They only focus on Russia. And yet here's the statement from the Attorney General right here.
Colleagues at the State and Treasury Departments are announcing parallel actions in both of these matters. Unfortunately, we know that Russia is not the only foreign power seeking to interfere in our elections. As the U.S. intelligence community noted 2 weeks ago, we have observed increasingly aggressive Iranian activity during this election cycle. That includes recently reported activities by Iran to compromise former President Trump's campaign and to avoid an election outcome that it regards as against its interests. Those recently reported Iranian activities also include efforts to obtain access to individuals who themselves have access to the presidential campaigns of both political parties. The Justice Department's message is clear.
They literally talk about another country, and they also mention China. Like, they're not only focusing on the people that you seem to align with. Like, the fact that you think that they're only going after Russia may be a little glimpse into your mind that maybe you're very, very sensitive around the Russia topic because you do agree with Russia. You do like the government of Russia better than you like the government of the United States. Like, okay, 1 second. Let me also... I think it was too bright back there for my camera.
DOJ, and that was enough for YouTube to delete her channel, which is her primary source of income, especially when you realize that Tenet Media's channel was also deleted, so they're not going to be pulling in any money from the corporation. And I just want to fact check that right quick, because according to this indictment, the only two people that are being indicted, aka formally accused of a crime, are the two Russians. So technically, Lauren got her channel deleted based on people figuring out
she knew. She's up next on the chopping block. Your friend knew she was taking money. I also think it's really funny to like point out that he conveniently ignored the fact that his friend, when Tenet Media didn't get paid for an invoice, she Googled the time in Moscow. She Googled the time in Moscow, and it was 4:30 in the morning, and she's like, that's why they haven't responded to me yet. She knew she was taking money from the Russians. Her correspondence with her husband was, the Russians will pay for that. The Russians will pay for this. We'll put it on Russia's tab. Very funny that he's skipping over those things and trying to make it seem like Lauren Chen wasn't directly involved and directly knowledgeable of who was the ones bankrolling them.
That she was one of the unnamed people, again, founder 1 or founder 2, in that indictment, And that to me is absolutely insane. The Department of Justice can essentially destroy you by not actually alleging a crime that you would have potentially even committed. Again, there may be an additional indictment of them in the future. I hope that that is not the case in the future. But the fact of the matter is, she's not even technically accused of anything criminal, and she just lost all of her channels just based on the fact that this was put out into the public and people were able to figure out who these anonymous people were, or who these people who are unnamed supposedly to protect their identities were in this particular indictment. And that is shameful in my opinion. Now, some people are furiously typing in the comments of this video that YouTube is a private company and they can do whatever they want, as if that addresses any point that I just made. Do you understand that private companies sure can do things that they want to do, but that does not mean you can't criticize them for doing that thing? That doesn't mean that you can't compare and contrast how they treat one category of person versus another person who, again, is not even formally accused of a crime by the Department of Justice as of right now. This is an absolutely devastating precedent. And by the way, if it is true that Lauren and Liam misled these content creators, the fact of the matter is they put them in this position for their channels to get deleted based on the, and that is also a horrible thing to do. So this is not me just going out of my way looking for a way to bend and twist in order to defend people that I've considered friends in my life. I do feel horrible for them. I do find this to be a very sketchy precedent. But to be clear, this is also something that if it is later proven to be true, whatever allegations that are brought against them, which by the way are technically not criminal charges as of right now, it is worse because they would have put other people in that position to have their entire income, their entire means of defending themselves be deleted at the drop of a hat. I mean, really think about this. Most people in mainstream media are running with the idea that all of these content creators willingly took Russian money in order to change their positions to promote Russia versus Ukraine, even though the majority of them don't talk about foreign policy. I showed you that clip from Jank where he was just not telling you the truth about Tim being paid $100,000 to post something on Twitter, even though clearly and obviously he is one of the commentators in the indictment, not one of the producers. Well, throughout the whole course of that segment, he said that all of these people got paid $100,000 per video, and almost all of their videos were attacking Ukraine and pro-Russia.
Keep it real. You didn't know. You didn't know. Okay, guys, one last thing.
I'm sorry. Yeah.
So it's not like the videos were like, hey, here's one on the Philippines, here's one on Brazil, here's one on Russia, here's one on healthcare, here's one on gun control, etc. No, they were all pro-Russian, anti-Ukrainian, pro-Trump, by the way. So you couldn't put two and two together? That was a giant mystery to you? And you're the victims? No, brothers and sisters, you got $100,000 a video. You ain't no goddamn victim.
When in reality, according to the indictment, almost all of their videos had nothing to do with even foreign policy. And anybody who watched Tenet Media or knows these creators knows that most of their videos don't have anything to do with foreign policy. Most of the Culture War episodes had absolutely nothing to do with foreign policy. So that's just made up. But most people believe that to be true. Most people believe that to be what happened. So YouTube could nuke all of these creators that are in this indictment that are supposedly unnamed in order to protect their identity, even the ones that are the victims of this deception, again, according to this very same DOJ indictment. So that is a dangerous precedent. It is something to worry about. It is something to be concerned about. Now, with all that being said, if what is alleged in this DOJ indictment is true, and I'm not just talking about the criminal charges against the two Russians, but the idea that Lauren and her husband misled these content creators into signing up for these deals based on the fact that they likely knew they wouldn't sign up to work for the Russians, then that is devastating news. And regardless of whether or not they face criminal charges, it's going to destroy their credibility, destroy their trust, and basically make it impossible for them to work in digital media with anybody in the future. It's an absolute reputational killer.
It's a reputational killer that they earned themselves. They earned it. They earned it. Because they willfully, knowingly, Lauren Chen, willfully and knowingly took money from the Russian government.
And to be clear, if they lied to these people, as is alleged in the indictment, then it is a deserved reputational killer. The fact is, you put all these different people at risk for what? For the Russian government because they paid you money? Like, that's crazy to me. And especially
they paid you money to destabilize our electoral system. Yeah, they should have reputational harm. You should have reputational harm for this weak noodle arm defense. This is like the most scum shit that you could possibly imagine. Pink Eraser here, the nerdiest loser dude in the entire world, whose entire online presence is weaseling around every single topic so that he can imply that black people have like the warrior gene, okay? So that he can imply that like everybody is just bad faith against him when he's blatantly lying in his debates, okay? As we saw with his debate with Destiny, all right? As we can see, he's just a weasel. Like, I can't believe that these people want to attack, people on the left for like hating America and shit like that, when the Democratic Party is the one that's patriotic right now. They're the ones that were like saying America is a great place and we need to do better. All right, America is a great place and we need to continue the good work that we've been doing. And then you look at the RNC and it's just like, America sucks, the left sucks, they tried to kill me, and I will have my retribution. I will be your retribution. Like, that's what the RNC was. It was doomerism, like, for 3 or 4 days straight. These people hate our country, and they will say and do literally whatever it fucking takes to defend their side from any reputational harm, while they literally take money from enemies of the state. Jesus Christ. It's quite the 180 from America is irredeemable and overrun with white supremacists. Yeah, it's almost like Biden was like a really good leader and like changed the culture of the party pretty significantly. Just like Donald Trump changed the culture of the Republican Party to hate our country, to trust other countries over our own, to side with other countries like you do in every single geopolitical issue. Yeah, it is the 180. It is the craziest 180 I've ever seen in my entire life.
Especially when you consider the fact that while Tim, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson got over $9 million combined, they only got paid
more than Hunter Biden did working at Burisma for 5 years, by the way.
Paid $760,000 in order to do this. Now, there's a lot of people saying that, they reputational killer. And to be clear, if they lied to these people, as is
no, I don't believe Donald Trump loves or hates America like either way. I think what he is self-serving, and you like play into that. And the way that he is self-serving is he taps into your rage against liberals. All you do is hate liberals. You keep on saying, I'm not a hateful person. I'm not a hateful person. You hate liberals, and you're willing to side with Russians over like a liberal from your own country.
Alleged in the indictment, then it is a deserved reputational killer. The fact is, you put all these different people at risk for what? For the Russian government because they paid you money? Like, that's crazy to me. And especially when you consider the fact that while Tim, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson got over $9 million combined, they only got paid $760,000 in order to do this. Now, there's a lot of people saying that, they betrayed.
I'm sorry. I keep on. You guys need to leave me alone in chat. Okay, let me read this.
Especially when you consider the fact that while Tim, Dave Rubin, and Benny Johnson got over $9 million combined, they only got paid $760,000 in order to do this. Now, there's a lot of people saying,
so I don't care. There were millions of dollars being funneled into this like little like anti-America project. All of them are complicit. It doesn't matter how much money they took.
Saying that, they betrayed the United States of America and all that. But to be clear, these people are Canadian citizens, so they can't betray a country that they're not citizens of. But the fact of the matter is, it is quite...
No, but they can misinform the people here.
disturbing and it is upsetting, and I've already explained the personal reasons for that. But the fact is, I also have personal connections to people on the content creator side of this, people that I care about over there, people who are behind the scenes, and for them to be out of a job so suddenly because of this scandal. And
oh no, they're out of a job. Oh no, they're out of a job. Their job was being paid by the Russian government to sell disinformation. It's like, oh no, they arrested the leader of the mafia. Like, however bad what he was doing was, you know, I mean, I'm not going to sit here and defend what the mafia was doing, but think of all the people who just lost their jobs working in that criminal enterprise. Shut the up. Who cares? Not me. I don't care.
Not know what to do when they thought they had a legit...
Oh no, they illegalized crack. Think about all of the crack dealers who just lost their jobs. I don't care.
Secured income is also just horrible. It's just devastating.
It's not horrible. It's actually based as all of those people who signed that sketchy contract should have known better.
Is really unfortunate, and that is really who I feel for in this particular case. Again, your main...
You know who I feel for? I feel for all the Ukrainian citizens who have had to deal with bombings on a regular basis because the United States is in a state of complete and utter paralysis when it comes to funding like our friends overseas because of these hack spreading disinformation into the political conversations in my country in order to get people to not do stuff that would be detrimental to the state of Russia.
Major content creator.
Why didn't Germany do it? Man, you're not going to like this answer because Germany, the UK, France, every single Western nation has uncovered direct evidence of the Russians spreading disinformation in their countries.
Your Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, who had already left Tenet, by the way, Benny Johnson, they're going to be perfectly fine. Lauren Southern, I'm hoping that the Canadian government doesn't use this as an excuse to crack down on her, but if not, she's a big enough name that she's going to be okay. Matt Christensen will rely on his audience, and I'm sure they will support him. Taylor Hanson, I hope he gets another job. I want him to be fine, but there's a bunch of producers and people behind the scenes that who knows where they're next.
I'm sorry, Letnergoat. You have to leave me alone. You have to leave me alone. Let me finish the
paycheck
fucking
is going to
video.
come
Jesus
from.
Christ.
And I know that that is something that regular, ordinary Americans experience all the time. But the fact of the matter is, usually you don't experience this because your boss was lying to you about who invested in his company and is going to potentially face criminal charges to which you may be.
If you're working at a I don't know, a restaurant, and it turns out to be a front for like money laundering for the mafia, I would have more sympathy for that person, yes. Because in that situation, you're probably not getting some weird contract with like no stipulations. If you're working at a restaurant that's a front for the mafia to launder their money, you're probably like cooking shit in the kitchen. Like you're probably still doing a job that doesn't require you to like look deep into like who is the person funding this and giving me hundreds of thousands of dollars a month.
Be implicated in some degree in this thing, and all these different media outlets are writing about this. I mean, it's not technically the same thing, but I want to know your guys' thoughts down in the comments below. As usual, if you like the video, show them by leaving a like. You can subscribe for more content, follow me on my social media, support me via the support links in the description of this video. This is
okay, we're good. Oh my god. Everybody in the Enron scandal did lose their money and their jobs. No, I don't want you to ask me 5th grade level questions and then act like it's an own. You're like, it's the same thing that I said to the 16-year-old autistic, like actually autistic 16-year-old kid. Like, this stream is not a conversation between me and you. It is me like doing what I like to do on stream and interacting with everybody in chat, not like directly answering every single again, like It's elementary school level questions that you're asking as if this is like some major revelation that defeats my entire argument. And that's really aggravating. He won't come in voice. We've already been over this. I berated him for being like literally like an hour ago. All right, really quick. Hey guys, listen, I've been looking for a job for about a month and a half, and I have not been able to secure an actual job. I almost had a job, and it turned out to be a little bit less lucrative than was originally showed to me. So if you guys want to help me out, again, this is my only form of income right now. I would appreciate $1, $5, $10, anything. All right. Here is the donation link. I want to be able to go to the doctor, get my ADD medicine so that I can continue to be a functional human being. I'm down to the point where I'm splitting the pills. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 sub. I appreciate that, my guy. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. I really do appreciate that, my guy. All right. Also, it is September. So I think that there's going to be, I think, what is it? Like a 30% off for all subs that happen, you know? You want to see someone cope and see it expose themselves as anti-Semitic? It's short. Oh no, the Carlson Borisenko thing. Yeah, we'll watch that here in a second. Let me run and piss real quick, and I'll be right back. Oh. Hey, Sush. Hi, cat. 1 second. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. 1 second. No, you guys can't. Here. Look at that fat cat. Nearly completely tipping over a cat tree. 1 second. Let's focus. Let's get a sharper image there. Sushi. Look at her. She is too fat. She is too fat to be sitting there. You're going to tip over. All right, let's fix the camera back. Oh, that's way too close. All right, there we are. Yes, the Super Nintendo is on. It's part of my background. All right. Can't hear shit? What do you mean you can't hear shit? That looks identical to my cat, by the way. Yeah, Sushi there, she's the one that hates me. All the rest of the cats are good, but she hates me. I love her, but she does not reciprocate. All right. Where are we going next? My cats are supposed to stay inside. If my cat gets out, I shave until he walks back in. These are all purely indoor cats. My cats, the last one that got out was Han, the guy that I showed you guys earlier. I think he was the last one to get out of the house. And he like scratched through the what do you call it? The screen, the window screen. And he was like out. I think he was out overnight because he like busted through a window that I left open because of the breeze. And when I went to look for him, all I saw was his big hulking fat ass frame up against the ground, his belly dragging the ground. His tail was so puffed it was like this big around. And he went inside and he hid for like 3 days. Oh, hi, Sushi. Hi. I know. Oh, God, she's mad. All right. Have I commented on the Dr. Disrespect situation or even care about it? I've seen a little bit about it. I know that he streamed again yesterday, and it was supposed to be some kind of weird... He, like, said that it was all a conspiracy because of a partner manager or something. I'm not sure if I fully buy that, but I don't think that anybody... I think that he's just really confident that Twitch isn't going to release the logs, that they're not going to comment on it, you know? Is your cat fat like this? No. No, I would never. That is animal abuse. That's pregnant? You think so? I don't know. I used to work in vet offices, dude. And I've seen some really egregiously obese cats that looked like this. This is more than just being pregnant because the back is fat too, you know? This is a fat. Okay. What were we supposed to watch next? Oh, it was the Carolyn Borisenko thing.
All right, so let's talk for a second about this Lauren Chen DOJ indictment that's been making the rounds today. Essentially, the accusation is that Lauren Chen took money from the Russian government to found Tenet Media and then lied to influencers like Tim Pool and Dave Rubin and Benny Johnson about where the money was coming from in order to shill Russian disinformation in the election. Does this story sound familiar to anyone else? And the thing that I think is so interesting about...
Yeah, it sounds familiar because they've been doing it for years. They've been doing it for years. Yeah, it sounds familiar. They never stopped. There's evidence that they never stopped. What? Okay. 1 second. Let me do something here real quick. There we go.
About this is one of the first things I posted on Twitter when I found out about it was pay attention to who is denouncing Lauren Chen. Pay attention to who is throwing her under the bus. Because I'll tell you this, I've been around this space, peripheral to this space for 4.5 years now. Lauren Chen has been one of the few steady, real, authentic people in the space. She is one of the good ones.
She was, you know, if you think that the person who's been on the payroll of the Russian government for a while is one of the most dependable and one of the most, you know, I don't know. No, it's not that this didn't age well. This is posted in response, okay? This was posted 2 days ago. Lauren Chen is Russian disinformation. Thoughts on the DOJ indictment, Tim Pool, Dave Rubin, etc. It didn't have to age badly. It was bad from the beginning.
I know that for sure. And so if I'm looking at the people who are throwing her under the bus and denouncing her, and quite frankly, and I believe
it's such a symptom that moms engage with politics online and not their community now. Well, nobody engages with their community now. I don't think that's unique to moms.
this regardless of whether or not this actually happened.
Also, I don't even know if Carlson Borisenko has kids.
I quite frankly, and this might be controversial, I don't care if Lauren Chen took money from Russia. I don't care.
Yeah, because you don't care. You only care about the libs losing, I guess.
It doesn't matter to me at all. But when I see all of the worst possible people on the internet denouncing one of the real influencers, and here's the kicker of it. You got people like Ashley St. Clair. You got people like Blair White. You got people like James Lindsay. Of course James Lindsay is involved in this. Of course James Lindsay is saying things. What have I said about him all along? You got people like Mike Cernovich. You got people like Will Chamberlain. Benny Johnson, Tim Pool. I would throw all of these people. Dave Rubin is one of the...
They all have the good sense to not side with someone who is a traitor to our country. Those people have the good sense not to defend the person who literally took money from a foreign adversary to sell information here in the United States.
The worst people on the internet, and I say that as someone who used to go on his show. You've got literally...
has anyone's mind ever been changed arguing online? In real life, people listen in adept stance? Well, my mind was changed pretty significantly on so many issues, yeah. Everybody has a different way of learning. Everybody has a different way of parsing new information and how to use that information. So it just depends on the person. Not everyone's mind is going to get changed by watching a debate. Not everyone's mind is going to be changed by listening to a lecture. Not everyone's mind is going to be changed by, being presented with evidence that goes against their preconceived, biases. But different things for different people,
all the worst people on the internet saying, guys, the Department of Justice, they're telling the truth this time. No, seriously, the DOJ is telling the truth. Are you kidding me? Lauren Chen is one of the good ones. And so if I can look at the people who are coming out against her, and they are a clown car of the worst possible people on the internet, that have always been the worst possible people on the internet, that have always been the grifters, that have always been the people who will toe the line and shill the narrative and never deviate from the approved talking points, and that's why they get lifted up. That's why they get lifted up. There is a reason that people get popular on the internet. And I promise you, it is not organic.
She's so mad that she never got popular on the internet. She had a little bit of popularity on the internet, and then she completely tanked it. I don't even remember what she did that tanked it either.
It's not because they're the smartest. It's not because they're the funniest. Not because they're the best entertainers. It is always and universally because they are controllable and they will toe the line and they are saying the things that people want.
And yet you don't have any evidence for that. And the DOJ did have evidence that these people took money from Russia. Crazy. All right, we're back. I don't know what the deal is here, folks. It's starting to get a little bit incredibly aggravating. But we're back.
Away from the approved narrative on Israel. And now all of a sudden, there's a DOJ indictment saying Lauren Chen is Russian disinformation. And every one of the worst influencers on the internet, again, James Lindsay, Tim Pool, Betty Johnson, Ashley St. Clair, who else? Mike Cernovich, Will Chamberlain. All of the worst people on the internet are saying, guys, let's believe the government. The government's definitely telling the truth about Russian disinformation this time. Use your brains, guys. Use your brains.
Y'all didn't believe it back then, and now you're acting like it's a surprise that, like, oh, well, here they go again talking about, like, it's beyond proven. It's beyond proven that Russia is doing this. It is that these people will continue to sit there and get in the ass, just like I keep on telling to Letnergoat. Like, you're continually getting in the ass by Russia, and then you're wondering whose is in my ass. It must be the U.S. government's, and Putin is standing right behind you. And the U.S. government's like, hey, my isn't in your ass. The Russians, they've been trying to your ass for so long. And these people are looking up at the U.S. government in front of them saying, why are you me in the ass right now? And there is Putin. 10-inch deep. What the?
You know, October 7th was an interesting day because October 7th was a day in which...
Oh my God, is this about to do some like weird anti-Semitic conspiracy theories just like out of nowhere?
You could see who the real influencers are. And when I say influencers, you could see who the real people are that have platforms on the internet. You could see people like Elijah Schaffer. You could see people like Nick Fuentes. You could see the people who were speaking up. Lauren Chen was one of those people.
Citing Nick Fuentes as a source of being a good person on the topic of Israel is the biggest red flag I've ever seen in my life, folks. Oh my God.
Fairbanks, McDonald. You could see the people who were real and who were authentic in their beliefs and the people who are not going to be paid to shill talking points. All of a sudden, it was very easy to identify those people. And on the other side of the coin, who'd you have? Dave Rubin, James Lindsay.
Wait, have you guys never heard of Carolyn Borisenko? She's been on a couple of the hippy dippy things. Carlson Borisenko, PragerU. Does it not, or did they take down the original? Oh, they took down her PragerU video, I think. Probably because of the weird anti-Semitism. She's been on PragerU for being a former liberal who the Trump people in 2016 were nice to, and so she became a Trump supporter, and everyone rallied around her. And I think like 2, maybe 3 years ago, she started saying some like weird shit about the Holocaust, and she got canceled.
Ashley St. Clair, the trigonometry guys, some of the biggest goddamn shills on the internet. You had all the same people, a Douglas Murray. God, don't even get me started. You had all the worst people on the internet following the approved narrative. You had these other people over here on the other side that were really taking issue with some of the approved talking points, and the dividing line was very clear between the two. And it was kind of like a reset for a lot of people. All of a sudden, you can see, okay, you're real, you're real, you're real, you're fake. You're fake. Daily Wire, you're fake. We see you, Jeremy Boring. We see you, Ben Shapiro. We see you, Andrew Klavan. We see you. Same thing is true with this Lauren Chen thing, which is watch who denounces her. Watch who speaks out in her favor. Watch who takes her side. Watch who denounces her. Because I don't believe for one second
dude,
that anyone actually thinks that the DOJ, a couple months before the election, is telling the truth when they release this indictment on a Russian disinformation campaign. And like I said,
again, can I find the RT response? Let's see if, okay, I know where I'll find it. Russian, where's like the, damn, he read it out. Let's see if it's in here.
Russia is trying to meddle in the 2024 presidential election, and that's according to the Justice Department. New charges were unsealed Wednesday against two.
It's like immigration, inflation, 16 million views on those videos, John.
And so the immigration and inflation sounds like just general pot stirring, as you said. Get people focused on something other than Ukraine, but also just to the extent that Americans are at each other's, are barking at each other, that creates divisions. How different is that?
Foreign influence campaign here. We're seeing
Garland read out what their response was, and it was 3 lines of them just laughing.
the use of things like artificial intelligence in order to speed up and multiply bot forms, which are so good at peddling and spreading disinformation across multiple social media companies. Garland calling it a bigger threat than it ever was before. But officials were quick to point out that we've seen this movie before, right? Russia is not necessarily new to the disinformation game. That Russian efforts to meddle in the U.S. elections date back several, campaign cycles. Most notably in 2016, there was, of course, that Russian-sponsored hack and leak campaign targeting the DNC and then Hillary Clinton's campaign. So we're looking at a dangerous game with some new shiny tools, but it's essentially the same game, John.
The complete text of Russia Today's ha 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 response straight from their website. RT is a major focus of the U.S. announcement, CNN added, noting that U.S. officials see the Russian outlet as a key piece of Kremlin propaganda efforts. Dear CNN, RT's press office responded following Wednesday's article. We certainly have a response. Actually, we have several, but we couldn't decide on one, even though we thought of running an office poll. So here they are. Ha. Ha 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 ha. And then all caps. Ha 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 ha. They're laughing at you. 3 things are certain in life: death, taxes, and RT's interference in the U.S. elections. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at you.
and this may be controversial, I don't care if Lauren Chen took money from the Russian. I don't care. I don't care. Lauren Chen is Canadian. Lauren Chen has a show on the internet. Like, can everyone have some perspective? What I care about is who is real.
Lauren Chen was the ringleader, getting people who had millions of subscribers between all of them to lie to people. They were chosen because they're lying liars who lie. It ain't that deep. They lied. And they're liars. And you're aligning yourself with the people who lied.
And who's a paid shill? Who is willing to tell you the truth and go out on a limb? And who will lie to your face and smile as they take your money? Pay attention. It will become very clear who you should believe, who you should trust, and who you shouldn't. And for me, I will always have the back of Lauren Chen. I think Lauren Chen is incredible. I think she's a good egg. I think that she is incredible on so many different levels. And I say that as someone, like, I'm not like friends with her or something. I don't have her number. I'm not like, we're not BFFs. We're not hanging out on the weekend.
That's even worse, that you're defending someone that hates America, that is a literal paid Russian stooge, and you're willing to sit here without them asking you to, without any like real connection. At least Sean had that going for him, that he has, that they like boosted him, although that's not something he should probably admit to now, like given everything. Like, but you're doing this for free, dude. You're doing this for free. You're getting cucked. You're like the political definition of a cuckold. Oh my God.
Exchanged a DM here or there. I've never even been on her show, but I know enough about her and how she operates that I absolutely believe that she's worth supporting. And so when I see people going against her, that's a sign that they're the ones that are pushing the narrative, the approved talking points, and that the reason Lauren Chen is in trouble is that she deviated from the narrative. That's all it is. All right, those are my thoughts. See you soon.
That is so Jesus Christ. Okay, let's see. What else do we got here? Dude, I just don't know if I would ever admit it would be just so. I would be too. I would just say nothing, dude. The item search feature, death must die. No, I just loaded that game up because I needed something to fiddle around with while we listened. Oh yeah, can you link it to me again? Sorry. Okay, let's get rid of that. Oh, we do have. I don't know if I want to do it.
When you use the code Tucker at the checkout. So go to unplug.com/Tucker to get yours today. Highly. So I do think it's fair to ask, like, what really was going on?
Former aide to New York governors charged with acting as an agent of the Chinese government. Yeah, I said that this was bad. Oh, wait, hold on. No, I told Drone Tech that this was bad. He was like, why is anyone talking about this? Probably because it's on the state level, number one. It involves one person, number two. Is this person getting away with it? Or is anybody... Is this just like, oh, well, she's a Chinese agent, but we're not going to do anything about it? It seems like they're charging them. Lauren Chen was indicted. No, we don't know if she's indicted yet. I just think that it's like it's either coming or they're already arrested. Those are like the two things. But like those indictments, if they are out there already, are not unsealed. Indicted for what? Well, Lauren Chen seems to have known that she was taking money from Russia. She was the one that got everyone on board. She was the ringleader. So, anything else? Because these people were arrested. All right. Which is more damaging? I would say that the national level scandal is probably slightly more damaging than this, but like I don't know like specifically, because while they lay out what exactly she did, right? Influence the messaging of high-level state officials regarding issues of importance to China, blocked Taiwanese government representatives from access to the officials, and obtained official New York State proclamation for Chinese government representatives without authorization. So she's Canadian. What's going to happen? Well, if she's in Canada, she's probably going to get extradited if they do end up like putting out an indictment for her. Like, if you think I'm going to defend this or make excuses, I'm not. Anyone that was working with them should be investigated. For what crime? For money laundering, for not registering as a foreign agent. They knew that they were taking money from Moscow. They knew that they were taking money from Russia. They knew where the money was coming from. They then took that money and they dispersed it amongst all these other people. What their level of knowledge is like up for question, right? According to the indictment, people don't really know. But when it comes to Lauren Chen and her husband, they knew that they were taking money from Russia directly. They were the ones in communications with them. They were talking between each other saying, Russia will pay for this. The Russians will bill the Russians for that. When an invoice wasn't filled and they didn't get a response on when it would be filled, they Googled what time it was in Moscow and saw that it was 4:30 in the morning. And they were like, okay, I'm sure that they'll get back to me in a couple of hours. Lauren Chen knew what she was doing. Yeah, we'll keep watching the Tucker thing. I don't know how much of it we'll watch, but we'll watch. You say at the 38-minute mark. No, let's watch a little bit of it until I get bored or until something more interesting comes up.
Hey, right now, I'm really interested in the project that you're working on now. I'm a little bit baffled by it, so I'm just going to answer my own question. So you were working on World War II, which has to be, even more than the Kennedy, the most written about event in human history. I can't think of one that has occasioned more books. So
not only the most written about, but the most studied, which means that there is broad historical consensus on almost every single aspect of what happened during World War II. Almost everything. So like when it comes to, let's say, for instance, the amount of tank kills that one that one dude. What's his name? The one that everyone loses their mind over. The bad SS tank commander who they said they had like 900 kills. Not quite. Yeah, very quite. It is the most studied period of history, probably in human, and one of the most well documented. Didn't the Soviet Union simply destroy a lot of history related to World War II? On their end of things, they didn't destroy it, but they kept it inside of Soviet record halls for a long time. In the 90s, they opened them up for a little bit, but then they promptly closed them again. So there's some stuff that we got out of the Soviet or the ex-Soviet archives, but we weren't able to get all of it. So, but I mean, what we did see largely corroborated literally every single thing that was said. So, I mean, like in terms of anything to do with Hitler or anything to do with the final solution, with anything to do with the Western Front, it is almost certainly like a well-documented, like incredibly well-documented, like historical period.
Why World War II?
Well, I was giving a talk to a graduate history at the University of Vienna a while back online, giving him a talk. And one of the things that I said to them, and I was curious how this was going to go over in Austria, but it seemed to go over all right, is I told them over the next few decades, like, look, anytime you have a historical event, for us in the United States, it's the civil rights movement, it's World War II, and to a certain degree, it's still the Civil War. Everything in between and before those things, you can do whatever you want. Doesn't matter. You think that the Russians were to blame for World War I and not the Germans. You think that it was all British conspiracy. You can do whatever you want. It's fine. Because that's not part of the founding mythology of the order that we're all...
No, it's just that those other things might have less stuff with them in terms of research. But in terms of World War II, it's just we have the research across multiple different disciplines, across Hello? Oh. Alarms. 1 second. Like we just know what happened during that period. Right? And it's not like you can't call into question anything that happened during World War II, because you can, and historians do it all the time about like little, like minute little details about things. But outside of that, there's not really any like broad consensus that we don't know anything about what's going on here or anything like that.
All living in at this time, right? Those other things are. And whenever you have a historical event that is mythologized, and when I say that, I don't mean myth like that's a myth, that's a lie. That's not what I mean. I mean that it's a formative part of how we all understand the world we're in, or at least officially, like the official world, like that's
the structures we
live in. It's the justification for a lot of those structures, right? Whenever you have those things, you're going to have taboos. You're going to have certain ways that certain topics have to be talked about that are going to guarantee that topic is just profoundly misunderstood. And I told the students at the University of Vienna, I said, over the next couple of decades, like we're going to get to a point where the interwar period and the Second World War are far enough away that people can actually start taking a more honest look at everything that went on. And it is going to be the most fruitful place that any aspiring historian can dive into, because we've spent the last 70 years, I mean, in Europe's case, like literally throwing people in jail for looking into the wrong corners, right? So there's and even
particularly in Austria.
Right. And so even in the United States.
It was an invaded country, so I'm not exactly sure why it's so important.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
it's a big topic, but I mean, even the United States where you're not going to go to jail necessarily for doing that. You might have your life ruined and lose your job.
You might actually go to jail in this country.
Nowadays, you might, yeah. But, you could write a book. You could take any angle on it you want. You're not going to ever get a job or have a publisher want to publish it or anything, but you could do it. You can go out on the street corner and stand on a box and say whatever it is you think. But even still, that event is really, it's such a core part of the state religion that there are emotional triggers built into people since childhood that almost prevent them from taking an approach that might lead.
The funny thing is, like, literally every single person who's ever tried to call into question any kind of false narrative around the Holocaust or around the final solution or around Nazi Germany, like every single time these people get pulled into a situation where they have to defend their ideas, they get blown the out. Look at what was the guy's name who tried to sue someone for, they tried to sue them for the, oh shit, stop. Wait, how do I get out of this? There we go. Tried to sue someone for defamation for saying that it was a Holocaust denier. And then what happened? Yeah, David Icke when he was in court, they pressed him on literally every single one of the claims that he made that tried to, convince people that the Holocaust either didn't happen or like that the numbers are super crazy, overblown or whatever Do you think too much attention is focused on the during of World War II and not the beginning? No, I think that there's a lot of the study of the rise of the Third Reich is like incredibly highly, like that's like the majority of what I've learned about, like the actual like battles and stuff. I don't know all about, but the amount of information that you can find just on the lead up to like even the first invasions of like Austria, Hungary, the invasion of Poland, like all of these things are very well documented down to like the diary entries of the people near Hitler advising him to do one thing or the other, Appeasement of Nazi Germany? Yeah, what do you mean? Appeasement literally is a term that came out of that period.
Them to information or to conclusions that are not part of the state religion's version of that event, and again, you're going to find that I'm sure the Peloponnesian Wars were like that for the ancient Greeks.
Well, that's right. Well, by the way, the American Revolution, which is now totally irrelevant to modern America, unfortunately, was like that. The life of Lincoln was like that. Lincoln was an very complicated guy. It's not an endorsement of slavery. Well, speaking for myself, I think slavery is disgusting. It's the worst thing. What you're saying is absolutely right. It's not just the Second World War that is sort of uniquely censored or protected. The mythology around it, it's every event that's central to a nation's understanding of itself, and then that changes over time. So do you think that we are far enough away, 80 years from that war, where you can try to take as an objective a look as you can, and that will be allowed?
No, I don't. I think we've got a little ways to go on that, but I hope I can kind of start to break the ice a little bit, because like here's the problem with doing something like that. And this is something I'm very aware of as I research it and start to work on the project, is that when you have a mythologized historical event that is told, that is, again, you go to a lot of places in Europe, it's a legal requirement. Over here, it's not quite that, but it almost might as well be, where that this event is going to be described from a certain perspective. You're going to approach it a certain way. There are just certain things you're not allowed to question. You have to...
Literally, it's a crime to ask questions,
right.
Yes.
What are you
whenever that's the
talking
case,
about?
when you try to add any type of balance to that account, when you try to tell the story in a way that brings other approaches and other perspectives.
What is this victim complex around World War II and like the Holocaust, where people will pretend that it's illegal, like to question these things? If it was illegal to question these things, don't you think that like Nick Fuentes and these people would be in jail already? Like, it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. It was to prevent the war. That's what they thought it was going to do. They were trying to prevent the war. I know, but appeasement failed because he was going to do it anyways. And also America, I don't know if America was directly involved in appeasement. I think it was the British and the French who were the ones that were direct signatories to the things of appeasement. Yes, Obama did appease Russia with Crimea, yes. And I've said that a million times. That was appeasement. That all of the Europeans did too.
Into it, it's going to look like you're trying to justify those other things. That's just how it's going to seem to people who are very locked into this side. And so if you start talking about the interwar period and how the Weimar culture, after the First World War led to something like the rise of the National Socialists, and why the people who embraced that movement did embrace it in a way that's not just, was because they were, you had this country, Germany, a sophisticated cultural, superpower that was fine, and then they all turned into demons for a few years, and now they're fine again. Like, that's sort of the official story, and I think deep down we all know that makes no sense.
What are you talking about? No, they're like, the official story is much more complex than that. That there were multiple like extremist factions within the post World War I Germany. The socialists and the Nazis were gaining quite a lot of power at that time. More so, I believe, the socialists than the Nazis at first. The Social Democrats and the Royalists. There were all these different factions that were all vying for control of post-war, like post-Great War Germany. And the Nazis tried their beer hall putsch to try and do a coup of the entire country. Hitler went to jail for a short period of time, and then he came back, and the Nazis were like severely weakened, and they built up their power again over time, and there were clashes in the streets, and there were, you know, like literal, like multiple coup attempts from the socialists and the Nazis, and you're gonna say like, oh, it was all fine, and then they just like became demons and they became fine again? No, like the Nazis, I think that at their height during the Weimar Germany period, I think they had 30% popular support, 30% of the seats in the Reichstag, and the only reason that the Nazis were able to take power is because the Germans did appeasement inside of their own country, and they appointed Hitler chancellor, and then Hindenburg died, and then lo and behold, Hitler takes over, and he just like appoints himself as the Führer, and now all the rest of the other parties were made either illegal or, you know, subservient to the Nazis. Like, oh, what are you talking about? It wasn't like, oh, everyone was fine and they turned into demons and they were fine again. There was a long, you know, 10, 20 year period of like tumultuous, like political, like back and forth, like the entire time that the Weimar period lasted.
Sense, everything has a cause. You know, again, to go back, like Uday Hussein got to be Uday Hussein from that 3-year-old.
Yeah, and they basically got all of World War I pinned on them, and their economy was, and everyone in Germany was poor and pissed off because of it. And then, like during the period that Hitler was put in prison, he actually, like, Germany started to recover a little bit. You know, they started to recover a little bit, and things were doing a little bit better, which is why it took longer than expected for the Nazis to take over control of the country, because they had to go from their extremely radical, you know, we're going to beer hall putsch this, into we have to go more an electoral route, because people weren't angry enough anymore. They missed their chance to do the violent coup that they tried to do, and they had to and recalibrate their strategy, because people weren't as pissed off at like their currency stabilized largely. They had a lot of things going for them, and they just like are pretending like that didn't happen. But why is the question? The why to which one? I'll answer it for you. Why to which question? Why did what happen? Type it quick. You said at Sonsol, but why is the question? Why is the question for what? Did you study World War II a lot in college, or did you just know a lot about it? I've done my own reading and stuff on it while I was arguing with the Nazis a lot. Sorry, it's Saturday, no Adderall? Hey, same, basically.
Old little kid. Jim Jones got to be Jim Jones from being that guy who was just an earnest local Indianapolis civil rights activist. They all got to be those people that led to the chaos that they eventually invited into the world and onto themselves and their people through their experiences in the world. And through a series of decision points that at the time, if you can bring yourself to step into the shoes of those people, and it's not a comfortable thing to do. I mean, when I literally listened to probably 2,000 hours of Jim Jones's sermons and him screaming at his people and just going insane, to the point where I was dreaming about this guy for months. I would have my headphones in as I was working, listening to Jim Jones. And it's really hard. Yeah, I know.
Are you the only guy in the office doing that?
I think I'm probably the only person in the world that's done that. And so like, and I got to the point where I felt like I knew this guy. I could notice from tape to tape, I would hear changes in his tone of voice, and I knew whether he was high on amphetamines that day or if he had taken his barbiturates already. And now I felt like I knew this guy. And their tapes, by the way, they're not all from like 1 year. They're from like 15, 20 years, right? So you can watch this process of a descent into madness as it's happening. And, you know, to get to a point where you can bring yourself to step into the shoes of any other human being and understand that as much as, you know, as much as it makes you uncomfortable, it is just a human being. And at the very, very like base level, their motivations are the same as yours. Their needs are the same as yours, but that we're multivariate species that can go a lot of different directions. Right. And to be able to do that and force yourself to do it is the key. And so when you do something like that with, I mean, again, like a historical event like World War II, where, I mean, the one rule is that you shall not do that. You shall not look at this topic and try to understand how the Germans saw the world. Like how...
Literally every single book that I've read on like the rise of the Nazi Party has talked about what the views of the public were on it. Like we know, like a lot of people thought that the Nazis were really, and like a lot of people didn't didn't trust them and didn't believe the things that they said. Like, it's not like literally every single German citizen instantly became like mega Hitler. Like, a lot of people just were, a lot of people in Germany were like, well, if I don't do this, if I don't, walk around with a copy of Mein Kampf in my head, like, then I'm going to get put into a concentration camp. So I guess I'm doing this. There were a lot of people like that, right? And there were a lot of people who were, less scrupulous, and they were like trying to get ahead in life, and they were selling out their neighbors and shit. Like, this is just a true thing. Again, like, when the Nazis came into power, they had like 30% or less popular support in the country. We know what the sentiments were. There are diary entries. It's not hard to figure out. Nobody just looks at the period of World War II and the lead up to it, and we're like, man, those Germans are just literal demons who had no reason to there's just like, they just all decided to hate the Jews all at the same time. Like, what the is wrong with this guy? He's just
the whole thing from the First World War on up to the very end of the war, how these people might have genuinely felt like they were the ones under attack, that they were the ones.
They did. They were economically as a result of World War I.
Being victimized by their neighbors and by all these by the Allied powers, and you can handle that with a sentence. You can wave it off and say, well, they're justifying themselves, or they're rationalizing their evil, or whatever you want to say. But
no, most people recognize that the Paris Accords, or the Treaty of Paris, or whatever it was that ended World War I, was a really raw deal and overly punitive on the entire nation of Germany, and probably led to World War II. That was one of the reasons. Yeah. Nobody disputes this. Why are you talking about this? Like, Versailles, thank you. I knew it was in Paris. But like the idea that like this is you are the one that is informing everyone of this and nobody else knew about it is just ludicrous. I'm a two-time college dropout who's changed his major 7 times, okay? Currently finishing my degree, but like I'm not like the pinnacle of academia here, and I can instantly point out where this guy is just lying. All right? It doesn't take all it takes is like a modest amount of curiosity where you could Google this shit. You don't even have to read the books that I've read. You can Google this shit. You can find videos on YouTube describing the interwar period. Like, this is not a revelation that you're giving to anybody right now. This is just commonly known facts.
But again, I think we're getting to the point where that's very unsatisfying for people.
Most of us, well, actually all of us, go through our daily lives using all sorts of, quote, free technology, giving him company. It's got an operating system that they big government. I mean, it's today, highly recommended. It's more than unsatisfying. I mean, it's childish and shallow, of course.
Hold on. Sorry to interrupt, but that's true. But every society has founding myths.
100%.
And you need them. I don't think that we're necessarily better off now that.
Now, in another book I read, the Treatise on Fascism by Giovanni Gentile, the guy who invented fascism, all right, friends with Mussolini, fascism, they had a really, 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 fascism is all about foundational myths. It's about the myths that draw your nation together. So the fact that he's talking about foundational myths like this is a little spooky. I guess we'll have to see why he's talking about foundational myths, but I don't know, fam. That's like one of the central, like actual central tenets of fascism. Nukes on Japan, yes or no? As far as I know, wait, what do you think? That I think it's a good thing, or was it a necessary thing? As far as I understand, it was probably a necessary thing, but I'm not it's not like a big point for me to argue about.
People are able to just freely tear down a statue of George Washington because he was a slave owner, right?
Agree.
And so like there are sacred symbols and national myths that any group of people are going to need to hold themselves together.
And there's also peril in knowing the truth about things. I mean, when we finally find out how President Kennedy was murdered in 1963, we finally find out what all these weird lights in the sky are at night. We really get to the truth.
We know. Oh my God, he's such a conspiracy theorist. JFK was by Lee Harvey Oswald, who acted alone. 3 shots were fired, no more, no less. 1 missed, 2 hit their mark. There was no magic bullet. The mafia was not involved. The CIA did not kill JFK. It was Lee Harvey Oswald because he wanted to be a communist hero. Again, bring me your strongest JFK truther.
To that, will we be better off or not? I mean, those are fair questions. I don't know the answer. But let me just say what I completely agree with you. Particularly any unifying myth, is important. I'm just highly distressed by the uses.
Also, the U.S. involvement in World War II was not a myth, okay? Not even the way that they're talking about. That's just true facts. We went in there, we donkey stomped them, okay? We kicked Nazi ass, and that's basis.
To which the myths about World War II have been put in the context of modern foreign policy, particularly the war in Ukraine. But not just the war in Ukraine, so many others. Churchill's the good guy, Neville Chamberlain's the bad guy. It's too pat. It's obviously quite banal, but it also has justified like the killing of millions of people since.
Yeah, who is that Letnergoat? Curious.
The end of the Second World War. And so I do think it's fair to ask, like, what really was going on? So for example, and I'm American, I'm not English, so I don't have any weird motive in asking this, but how would you ask Winston Churchill?
You know what? Here's the thing on this. Like, unless they start talking about stuff that America did and what happened in Nazi Germany, it's going to be real rough for me because I don't know that much about. I know a lot about World War II and the lead up to it. I do not know that much about Winston Churchill specifically. Okay, I can't speak too much on him.
I got in trouble with my podcast partner, Jocko Willink, one time because he's a New England Dutchman whose his family, it's near and dear to they're Dutch, but very near and dear to their heart that Winston Churchill is a hero, right?
Well, everyone
thinks that. He really thinks that. And I told him that I think, and maybe I'm being a little...
Winston Churchill was a person who was definitely flawed, and I don't think that he was like outside of the context of World War II. I don't think that he was that good of a prime minister, like on economics or anything. And I think he did some pretty atrocious stuff to India. But like in terms of being like the figurehead that like held everyone together in England at the time, I think that he was probably, I'm pretty sure that he was just a pretty good prime minister in that one context. He was a very good prime minister in that context.
Little hyperbolic, maybe. But I told him, maybe trying to provoke him a little bit, that I thought Churchill was the chief villain of the Second World War. Now, he didn't kill the most people. He didn't commit the most atrocities.
Hitler wasn't the main villain of World War II. The guy that rounded up millions of Jews and, Eastern Europeans and gay people and socialists and put them into concentration camps and starved or them to death in the world's first and to this point only like industrial scale genocide. You don't think that guy was the main villain, the guy that started it all, the guy that invaded 4 countries before the war actually fully popped off? Like the guy that started literally everything. He wasn't the bad guy, the guy that killed all the Jews, the guy that killed all those Eastern Europeans. Like, why did you say Eastern Europeans and not Slavs? Because I think, I don't know. Isn't that a synonym? Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but are Eastern Europeans not Slavs and are Slavs not Eastern Europeans? Well, yeah, sorry if that triggered you.
But I believe, and I think when you really get into it and tell the story right and don't leave anything out, you see that he was primarily responsible for that war becoming what it did, becoming something other than an invasion of Poland. Or just, I mean, at every step of the way, like people are very often, I find, surprised to learn. There's a two-step process.
Well, why don't you just make the case for that? Okay, so you've made your statement. A lot of people are thinking, well, wait a second. You said Churchill, my childhood hero, the guy with the cigar.
Yeah. Well, and the next thought that comes into their head is that, oh, you're saying Churchill was the chief villain, therefore his enemies, Adolf Hitler and so forth, were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right? Yeah. They're the good guys if you think he's a villain.
No, because like when you think of who is the biggest villain, you're thinking of who did the worst things, who was the bad guy, who was the biggest bad guy. The chief villain, the biggest villain, usually implies doing the worst things. And I think that Hitler probably, in that very, very specific time period, probably the worst human being ever to exist on the planet Earth. Probably still one of the, if not the worst person to exist in the entire human race in all of human history. Like I don't know. What Sansol's main source of information is a foreigner. Can't make this up. What the are you talking about?
That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying.
You're retarded.
Germany.
10 minutes.
Look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the... Look, they put themselves into a Adolf Hitler and so forth were
Stalin,
the protagonists, right? Yeah. They're the good guys if you think he's a villain. That's not the case. That's not what I'm saying. Germany, look, they put themselves into a position, and Adolf Hitler is chiefly responsible for this, but his whole regime is responsible for it, that when they went into the East in 1941, they launched a war where they were completely unprepared to deal with the millions and millions of prisoners of war, of local political prisoners and so forth, that they were going to have to handle. They went in with no plan for that. And they just threw these people into camps.
No, they had a plan for them. It was to kill them, and any prisoners of war were going to go to the concentration camps and do hard labor and build more machines of war so they could continue doing their evil things. They had a plan. I think that very explicitly the plan was to go into Eastern Europe and use all of the Slavs and the Eastern Europeans for slave labor until they all either died out or left. And then they were going to repopulate Eastern Europe with Germans for Lebensraum, for living room. They had an explicit plan. This is not a... There's no question here as to what they were going to do. Yeah, they were going to starve them, and they were going to let them all die starving to death as slaves of the state, so that they could repopulate the area with Germans.
And millions of people ended up dead there. You have letters as early as July, August 1941 from commandants of these makeshift camps that they're setting up for these millions of people who are surrendering or people they're rounding up. And so it's 2 months after, a month or two after Barbarossa was launched. And they're writing back to the high command in Berlin saying, we can't feed these people. We don't have the food to feed these people. And one of them actually says, rather than wait for them all to slowly starve this winter, wouldn't it be more humane to just finish them off quickly now? And so this is 2 months into the invasion, right? And my view on this, I argue with my Zionists.
Because it was either feed them and keep them in concentration camps or kill them. Those were the options. Either way leads to death.
Interlocutors about this all the time with regard to the current war in Gaza. Look, man, maybe you as the Germans, you felt like you had to invade to the east. Maybe you thought that Stalin...
Yeah, also, they were concerned with being humane. They literally saw the Eastern Europeans, the Russians, the Slavs, the Jews, all of these people that went into the concentration camps. They viewed them as literally subhuman. They weren't human. They could treat them however they wanted, right? This is disgusting.
Stalin was such a threat, or that if he launched a surprise attack and seized the oil fields in Romania, that you would now not have the fuel to actually respond, and you'd be crippled, and all of Europe would be under threat, and whatever it was that maybe you thought you had to do that. But at the end of the day, you launched that war with no plan to care for the millions and millions of civilians and prisoners of war that were going to come under your control. And millions of people died because of that, right? And you can look at it and say, like,
They built death camps. There's Nazi documentation of their plans for Eastern Europe. You can find these online. You can read a single book that's not written by David Icke.
you know, well, yeah. So get back to your main question about Churchill. You know, if you go to 1939, when the Germans and the Soviet Union invade Poland, as soon as that war's wrapped up on the German side, Hitler starts firing off peace proposals to Britain and France because they had already declared war. He didn't expect them to declare war, actually. Like, there was, you know, a famous scene.
He kept on thinking that they were gonna wait. Actually, hold on. I thought that like once he invaded Poland, the only thing that he needed from was Russia, that they weren't going to invade him because he thought that war with Russia was inevitable. And so they did the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact. They split Poland down the middle. Hitler gave all these like former Soviet people that ran away from Russia back to Russia so that they could go to gulags, and Russia sent all the Jews over to the Germans because they didn't want to deal with them, so they all went to concentration camps. I'm pretty sure very shortly thereafter, the Rhineland was the Rhineland was invaded and militarized before Poland, and then I think shortly after they invaded Poland, they built up they drew up the plans to invade France and take that over.
Where he kind of throws a fit when he finds out that they did do that. And so he doesn't want to fight France. He doesn't want to fight Britain. He feels that's going to weaken Europe.
Then why did he invade all of these places? Yeah, he did want to invade France. He did want to. He was bombing. What was the Blitz? What was the Blitz? They were bombing England in preparation for them either surrendering or invasion. So starving an animal is worse than killing them. So this is not out of the question. What the f are you talking about? To be fair, at least Hitler was against animal cruelty and abortion. You actually don't have to hand it to Hitler at all. You actually don't have to give him any credit whatsoever, Talon. Man, conservatives have lost their mind. I almost don't even want to keep on watching this if I have to have like actual like Hitler rehabilitation happening in my chat. This is disgusting, actually. The fact that this has to be like relitigated in 2024 while you're talking about morality, I think it is immoral to round people up and put them into concentration camps to be worked until they are dead so that you can clear out the population to be resettled by your people. It was not more moral to put them into concentration camps versus just killing them, or to kill them or put them into concentration camps. The plan was the same. To cull the entire population of Europe so that Germany would have living space. I don't even know what to say to you.
When we've got this huge threat to the east, the communist threat over there, and he starts firing off peace proposals. He says, let's not do this. Like, we can't do this. And of course, you know, a year goes by, 1940 comes around, and they're still at war. And so he launches his invasion to the west, takes over France, takes over Western and Northern Europe. Once that's done, the British have...
Oh, 1 second. Actually, I don't know the dates. They invaded France beginning on the 9th of May, 1940. That's like 8 months. That's like 8 months later from when they invaded Poland. That's a short turnaround time.
You know, escaped at Dunkirk. There's no British force left on the continent.
Third paragraph. Long before the Nazi period, many Germans looked to Eastern Europe as the natural source of their Lebensraum. Beginning in the Middle Ages, the social and economic pressures of overpopulation in the German states had led to a steady colonization. Thank you for the follow. Steady colonization of Germanic people in Eastern Europe. Increasingly by the 12th century, however, scholars and the public alike began to view the East as a region whose vast natural resources were wasted on racially inferior peoples like Slavs and Jews. A biological view of Lebensraum resonated with an inaccurate historical view of the German role in the East during the ancient and medieval periods. Expansionists clung to this mythic German history in Eastern Europe, arguing that these regions are actually lost German lands. As one German publication stated in 1916, we Germanic people build up, create the Slav broods and dreams like his earth. Well, they said the third paragraph. Oh, to end the Nazi state, sorry. The drive to clear the East of inferior populations in preparation for German colonization led to intensive planning for the starvation of over 30 million people there. Policy guidelines issued before the invasion of the Soviet Union stated unequivocally that many tens of millions of people in this territory will become superfluous and will have to die or migrate to Siberia. With regard to this, absolute clarity must reign. Known as the General Plan Ost, this set of economic and demographic plans placed the necessity for Lebensraum and the colonization of the East at the center of the invasion. By blaming Jews and Bolshevists for the backwardness of the region, the plans also reinforced other forms of Nazi anti-Semitism, demanding the removal of Jews from the territory and eventually their physical destruction. You said that they lacked humanity in relationship to one or the other, but they were against animal cruelty. So even if they did not view them as human, their view of animals could have defined this policy. I was just pointing, you can't say logically, they could not believe death was morally better than starving. What the is wrong with you? They wanted to kill all of them. It was not a humanitarian drive. It was not humanitarian. One clarification, you may have mixed the Soviet Union's religious purges which started before World War II. They were not expelling specifically Jewish people, but more so ethnic Germans who had settled on the Volga River long before. No. No. 1 second. I know what you're talking about. I'm talking about specifically in Poland. They did like... The Germans wanted to get rid of all the Jews, and the Soviets wanted to get rid of all of the subversives. And so Germany gave them the subversives, quote unquote, and they specifically expelled Jewish people. They gave them back to the Germans. When they were running from the Nazis, they gave them back. That is something that happened during the invasion of Poland. There are other things too that I know what you're talking about, but I'm talking specifically about Poland. The Soviet Union specifically gave them the Jews because they were Jewish.
There's no opposing force left on the continent. In other words, the war is over and the Germans won. Okay.
But by what point?
Fall of 1940, right? So there's literally no opposing force on the continent. And throughout that summer,
well, there was an opposing force. It was France. It's just that they were thinking in 1917 warfare laws where they had the Maginot Line, and the Germans were just like, well, and they went around it. Like they had a very large military that the Germans didn't really want to fight at the beginning of the war because they hadn't quite fully their forces. But yeah, like the France was going to be a formidable military threat to the Germans. It's just that they just went around them and then, them from behind. French sucked. They gave up in 2 seconds. I mean, listen, I'm not going to sit here and defend the French, okay? Losers. But again, the reason that they collapsed in 2 seconds is because they put all of their, if you just look, if we go here, damn it, that's not what I want. France set up the Maginot Line. Right? The Maginot Line, I believe, now don't take this for absolute certain, but I believe it was a defensive line here. And it was trenches and it was all sorts of shit. Okay? Germany was just LOL, and went this way. This is why my grandmother, she lived in not Brussels, in Liège, Belgium. And so she had to deal with the Nazis that came through to get to France. Like, they just went around where the military was, and they took over Paris, and then the military and or what parts of the military and the government could escape, they like ran down to like this part of France, I think. Or maybe it was like around here. I don't know exactly the lines on the map, but like, yeah, around there. But like Germany just like went around all their stuff. They could have been a formidable force for the Germans to crash up against, but unfortunately they just guessed wrong on how to conduct war. It sucks for them. Yeah, they just them like coming from around.
Adolf Hitler is firing off radio broadcasts, giving speeches, literally sending planes over to drop leaflets over London and other British cities, trying to get the message to these people that Germany does not want to fight you. Like, we don't want to fight you. Offering peace proposals that, it said, you keep all your overseas colonies. We don't want any of that. We want Britain to be strong. The world needs Britain to be strong, especially as we face this communist threat and so forth. Like, this is what's going on. And I think that if there were people in Britain who...
And... To be clear, for some reason they saw that they in their weird race science, weird shit ideology that they had, their idea was that the Anglos were the closest thing to the Germanic bloodline, and that they were probably the only sane race out there. So they did want to be allies with England. They didn't care about that with France. They were going to take over France, but they saw the Anglo-Saxon, skull shape was capable of being allies,
Well, if they hadn't put it this way, if they hadn't been so successful at delegitimizing the peace approach by demonizing Neville Chamberlain and so forth, and holding him responsible for the invasion of Poland.
He kept on, they invaded Austria and they looked the other way. Well, they're kind of German anyway. And they invaded Czechia, or back then Czechoslovakia, and they were like, well, there were Germans that lived there too, I guess. And then they invaded Poland, and they were like, okay, you know what? We're going to draw a hard line at Poland. You've had enough. You've had enough fun taking over all of the Germans in Europe. So we're going to say, no, you actually can't take Poland. And then Germany took Poland. It is Neville Chamberlain's fault. He is the cuck. He is the cuckold who met with Hitler himself to try and get him to not do these things, to iron out the limits of what they were willing to do. And he met with him, and then they said, well, we won't do that. And then they did. It is Neville Chamberlain's fault. Now, we're looking back in hindsight, and to a certain degree, I can empathize with him. But like, how many different places do you let a guy forcibly invade and take over the country before you say, you know what, actually, I don't think this guy is really that trustworthy. I don't think this guy can be trusted.
That people would have been, they would have understood, like, we don't need another repeat of the First World War. We don't, which is not what ended up happening, but that's what everybody thought was going to happen. And so Churchill, you have a guy, Churchill wanted a war. He wanted to fight Germany. And the reason that I don't begrudge him that.
Of course he wanted to fight Germany. They were invading everybody.
People national leaders, you can fight whoever you want. If you feel like the long-term interests of the British Empire are threatened by the rise of a powerful continental power like Germany, and you need to...
They were invading the entire world.
Check that. Those are great power games, and you play them the way you feel like you need to play them. That's fine. The reason I resent Churchill so much for it is that he kept this war going when he had no way to go back and fight this war. All he had were bombers. He was literally, by 1940, sending bomber fleets to go firebomb the Black Forest, just to burn down sections of the Black Forest. Just rank terrorism, going through and starting to, what eventually became just the carpet bombing, the saturation fleets to go firebomb the Black Forest. Really powerful continental power like Germany, and you need to check that. Those are great power games, and you play them the way you feel like you need to play them. That's fine. The reason I resent Churchill so much for it is that he kept this war going when he had no way to go back and fight this war. All he had were bombers. He was literally, by 1940, sending firebomb fleets.
Because why is that? It's because Germany invaded the entire rest of the continent. You Nazi apologist. What the is wrong with you? Of course, they only had bombers. That's because all of the rest of their military equipment got captured by the Germans. The British were there to try and help the French, and what happened? Germany came in way too fast. They had no defenses. They had to get the out. This is what that movie, what was the name of the movie? Oh shit. Where they were running away from the Nazis and they were on the beaches, the British. What is it called? Like, oh, it's gonna kill me. British retreat from France. Dunkirk. The evacuation from Dunkirk involved the rescue of more than 338,000 British and French soldiers from the French port of Dunkirk between the 26th of May and the 4th of June, 1940. All of their military equipment was still in France. They just got their guys out. That's all that they could get out. It was all of their Springfield rifles. It was all, or their Lee Enfield rifles, or whichever the it was, right? It was all of their rifles. It was all of their howitzers. It was all of their tanks. It was all of their shit. The only thing that they had was the RAF, their Navy, and then like medieval cannons and like 3 leftover howitzers that were left in England. And that was left along the entire coastline. Where's my... The entire coastline of England was just a bunch of like shittily made and like barely any like ammunition for any of these cannons. I think it was like less than 10 rounds per artillery piece along the entire line here, because all of their shit was down here. All of their shit was down here. That's why they were fighting with the planes.
Sending bomber fleets to go firebomb the Black Forest just to burn down sections of the Black Forest. Just rank terrorism, you know.
What was the Blitz? Where they were bombing London every day.
Going through and starting to, what eventually became just a carpet bombing, saturation bombing of civilian neighborhoods, to kill, is the purpose of which was to kill as many.
And you know what? Don't catch me defending the idea of morale bombing, right? The idea that you're going to go through and you're going to say there's a factory right here and we're going to bomb that, but you're just like kind of bombing the entire city. It's a little bit of retributive justice against the Germans who were doing the same thing with the sole intention of carpet bombing London. But like they were doing morale bombings and everybody was doing morale bombings back then. It was just the fact of war back then. No, it wasn't. Dresden was morale bombing. I'm talking about like the not the forest. I don't know specifically about the forest. I don't know about that specific thing. But like, if you're gonna like sit there and cry about the morale bombings, then sit there and cry about the Blitz of London.
Civilians as possible. And all the men were out in the field. All the fighting age men were out in the field. And so it's old people, it's women and children, and they knew that. And they were wiping these places out. It was gigantic.
And in this point in time, Germany was rounding up all the Jews. They were going through and they were conquering all of these different places and rounding up anyone that could be like a political dissident. And they were throwing them into concentration camps. And they were bombing the out of London on a nearly daily basis. And I just mean like one guy is very obviously the instigatory factor on every single one of these things. He is the instigator. And we're gonna sit here and say it was Churchill who was the bad guy? Come on.
Scaled terrorist attacks, the greatest scale of terrorist attacks you've ever seen in world history.
I don't know. I'm getting so mad every single time he calls the British the terrorists. I don't know how much more of this I can take. This is actually unwatchable at this point. My leg is bouncing because I'm so mad.
Why would he do that? Because it was the only means that they had to continue fighting at the time.
I don't care about your opinion, Clyde for Prez.
They didn't have the ability to reinvade Europe. And so he needed to keep this war going until he accomplished what he hoped to accomplish. We know now there's actually a really great series of books. It's one of the best I recommend it to everybody, but it's really expensive now. And it's 6 long volumes called History of British Special Operations in the Second World War. And one of the books gets into the level of just the extent of media operations, propaganda operations, everything that they were running in the United States to eventually drag us into that war. And that was his whole plan.
Well, that didn't really work now, did it? That didn't really work. Unfortunately, it seems like maybe there was another place that got attacked in World War II in the United States or one of our territories. I feel like it happened on like December 7th or something. I can't remember exactly what. I feel like maybe they might have made a movie about it. No. This guy's right. It was totally just propaganda that like we just decided to join World War II. Skip a minute into it. That part, didn't he?
The plan was we don't have a way to fight this war ourselves. This war's over. We need either the Soviet Union or the United States to do it for us, and that was the plan, and kept the war going.
Unfortunately, those Soviets made a peace treaty with the Nazis. It didn't last very long for them because it turns out when there's someone who's untrustworthy and says that they're not going to keep invading different places in Europe, and then they continually invade different places in Europe, maybe that's not someone that you should put your trust into. Maybe that's someone. Maybe that was a flub, a faux pas, a slip up on Stalin's part. Maybe he wasn't the tactician that everyone pretends that he is.
Going long enough for that plan to come to fruition. And to me, it's a craven, ugly way to fight a war. And
what was the motive?
Well, Churchill's got a long, complicated history. I mean, he's somebody who
that was the wryest smile I think I've ever seen.
Yeah. Well, look, I think on one level, there was a sense that Churchill was sort of humiliated by his performance in the First World War as the head of the Admiralty, and he was out in the cold for a long time.
I mean, glibly.
Yeah, and which that was his operation.
Yeah.
And so he was rightly held responsible for that and seen as responsible for one of the great disasters that the British suffered during that war. And so I think part of it was probably kind of personal. He wanted redemption. He wanted to go out there and like prove that he's the warlord that they can go out there and fight this big war. Probably, I think part of it. I read about Churchill, and he strikes me as a psychopath. But he's also he was a drunk. He was very childish in strange ways. People would talk about how, as an adult, as prime minister, they'd find him.
In January of that year, one poll found that 88% of Americans opposed the idea of declaring war against the Axis powers in Europe. As of late June, only 35% of Americans believe their government should risk war to help the British.
In his room, and he's like playing with action figures like war toys and army men and stuff, and would get mad when people would interrupt him, when he was doing this. This is a strange fellow, There's all those things. But then you get into, why was Winston Churchill such a dedicated booster of Zionism from early on in his life, right? And there's ideological reasons. One, like in 1920, he wrote a kind of...
It all comes down to the Jews. The Jews were the ones that were pulling the strings all along, weren't they? Wasn't it already like the policy of the British? Wasn't the British mandate already happening over in that section of the world? Weren't they already in the midst of allowing the Jewish immigration over to what would become Israel?
Infamous now article called Zionism versus Bolshevism. And he basically makes the case that, which was true to a large extent, that all of Eastern Europe, the Pale of Settlement, which is where the vast majority of Jews lived, other than the United States, which is where a lot of them had traveled to, that area had become so engulfed by a revolutionary spirit that all the young Ashkenazi Jews who were over there were getting swept up into it. It was the 60s here on steroids, right? And in a much more serious and ended up being destructive way. And this is 1920, so this is shortly after the Bolshevik Revolution. Basically, the point of his paper is he says these people who are over there, they're all going one direction or the other. They're going to be Bolsheviks. They're going to be Zionists. We want them to be Zionists, and so we need to support this. And so that was early on. There's an ideological component of it. But then as time goes on, you read stories about Churchill going bankrupt and needing money, getting bailed out by people who shared his interests, in terms of Zionism, but also his hostility, I think his hostility to, put it this way, I think his hostility to Germany was real. I don't think that he necessarily had to be bribed to have that feeling. But, I think he was, to an extent, put in place by people, the financiers, by a media complex that wanted to make sure.
I'm sorry, I can't listen to the fucking. I can't listen to the Jewish conspiracies, and Tucker just like sitting and nodding along like a drooling Neanderthal, listening to this Nazi revisionism and like not questioning it at all. I don't know if I can listen to any more of this, guys. I'm sorry. It's just like he's doing an interview. He's sitting there and he's sucking the cock of a guy who's like revising the like history of the Nazis to make the British look like the bad guys. An interview doesn't have to just be there. Oh, so you think that the Nazis were actually the good guys? That's crazy. You don't think that they were intentionally killing all of those people because of ideological reasons? It was just them being humane? Wow, golly gee, shut the up. Actually, you know what? Go the away again for that stupid, dumb bullshit that you just said. Shut the up. He's interviewing him. He's interviewing a Nazi revisionist and not challenging a goddamn thing that he says. But man, you guys will make excuses for anything, whether it's conservatives taking Russian money to put out their Russian propaganda, and you'll make excuses for this guy while he sits there, well, like kicking his legs out behind him. So tell me more about how Winston Churchill was the actual bad guy in World War II. Kill your... I would never say that. It's just disgusting to me. It's actually disgusting. You people have no standards for behavior, for like what a good person should do in this situation. Jesus Christ, you're actually disgusting. And this isn't just like the anti-America like disgusting that I was calling you earlier. I think you're actually a disgusting like subhuman piece of shit who should have... catch myself before I say bannable shit. Off. Like, actually, Jesus Christ. The amount of Nazi revisionism I have to see on Twitter on a daily basis from all the accounts that these guys begged for Elon to unban. Like the constant racism, the constant questioning of the numbers of the Holocaust, the like in the past couple of days because of this interview, the amount of people that are like, so now all of you people are starting to hear the truth about Hitler. Now let us tell you who the real enemy is. And like you guys are like I'm tired of seeing like the worst examples of like the depravity of the human condition that has ever disgraced God's green earth. The Nazis in the 30s and 40s who funneled as many people as they could into death camps to gas them and then cremate them so that they could hide the evidence, where they piled tens of thousands of bodies in graves so that they could hide the fact that they killed all these people from the Soviets as the Soviets came through and sculpted them from the East, right? The fact that they were trying to, like, the fact that they did all of this, and we're going to sit here and sit by, stand back and stand by while all these people spread this crazy bullshit that has been like widely studied throughout like the most studied period of human history in the entire history of humanity. And you guys want me to be like, oh, well, why can't you just like listen to other people's opinions? Oh, he's just like doing an interview off and like go find a rope, dude. Like, holy shit, you're actually subhuman scum to me. Like, I started my streaming career because I really started hating seeing Nazi shit all over my feed on Facebook, seeing Nazi shit in real life, or like people putting up posters around Houston and shit. Like, I got real tired of seeing that shit on YouTube and on Facebook and all these places that I inhabited. And then I saw some people debating Nazis. I was like, I could do that. That's why I got into streaming, so I could scream at Nazis and tell them how subhumanly unintelligent they were, so we could make fun of them, so we could like drive them back into the deep dark corners of the internet, to the deep dark corners on the edges of society, like we had done so effectively for the past 80, 90 years. But now you guys want to do all this rehabilitation because people are just asking questions, people are just doing interviews, people are just like expressing their opinions. Off. These people were evil. They are the most clearly evil ideology in all of human history. You could put Hitler next to every Satanist that has ever existed throughout all of human history, and I would never say that all of those people combined, like a picogram of what Hitler did and what Hitler represented. You guys are actually insane. It's baffling. It's baffling. At what point? We can't criticize Donald Trump because then we'll have TDS. You can't criticize, all these people because they were taking Russian money because they must just not have known. Even though there's definitely people that did know. And on top of that, there's no reason that these people should have thought that this was a legitimate contract that they were getting. And then you want me to make excuses for this guy who's sitting there and very politely nodding along while this guy is doing Nazi history revisionism? Off. It's actually insane. TDS, you better say that was a joke right now, Talon, or you're getting another 600 seconds just like Letnergoat. Took too long. 10 minutes. I don't give a I don't care if I purge every single conservative from my audience. I don't care. I'm tired of having to why am I having to teach you guys basic world history that you learn in 6th grade? Why do I have to teach you guys this? Why do I have to why am I the one that's outraged here? It is outrageous. You should feel outraged that someone that you look up to, Mr. Conservatives, someone that you look up to and look to for information is sitting here with a Nazi apologist nodding along while he makes excuses for the industrial level genocide that Hitler enacted. You should feel outraged. I don't understand the factionalism. I don't understand the tribalism. When I was a socialist and I saw people sucking Stalin off, I was like, that seems a little weird. When I saw people making excuses for Hamas, it was outrageous to me. It should be outrageous. You should be outraged too. It's disgusting. It's unwatchable. We'll read the comments. I can't watch any more of this shit, dude. I'm sorry. This shit makes me so mad. It's so disturbing that YouTube is flagging this conversation in regards to Jonestown and refers to Wikipedia as a factual source. Why are you disturbed by the Jonestown thing, dude? I also like how YouTube is sitting here putting a disclaimer for the Jonestown part, but not the World War II anti-Semitic screed that's going on right now, where they're trying to blame all of the woes of the Second World War on England. Where they said that it was humanitarian concerns that the Nazis started just offing millions of people in Eastern Europe. This is a dereliction on YouTube's part, and it's automatic flagging of things. That this is what they're telling us to look at and to be aware of the false state of bullshit going on in the video, and not the Nazi revisionism. It's disgusting, man. I'm sorry. It feels soy to get outraged over Nazi shit. It feels soy. But at the end of the day, it's an outrageous thing. You should be outraged. You should feel shame. Jesus Christ. I hate my country sometimes because of these people who will sit there and make excuses for the most disgusting subhuman pieces of shit ever to disgrace the airwaves, going on and making excuses for the worst human beings in human history. And then it's but Sansel, you don't understand, he's just doing an interview? Oh, guess who just got a ban? Go away and never come back. Go away and never come back. His positions wouldn't change if the hunger plan fully happened. Whose positions? I'm sorry, no Nazi apologists in chat. Jesus Christ, dude. You're saying that like history would still say the exact same thing, that like that Hitler was a bad guy? Yeah, I bet. I forgot about the ice beams person. I mean, like, I'm fine with talking to them. Like, if they want to set something up or if we want to message them, I've never heard of them before. Oh, the Daryl Cooper guy would defend him the same way. Like, it's just insane. It's just insane. I don't understand. Like, how can you look at what happened, right? How can you look at the images and like the historical record of the Nazi regime, look at the ideology and the things that they said that they wanted to do and all of the records that show that they planned every bit of it out, and then come away with like you have to be a Nazi. You have to be as bad as they were. You have to be like, and again, I've said this before. This is like not this. I don't think this is a hot take, but it's probably one of like the few that I don't say on a regular basis because I don't know how other people might take it. But I don't think like that people like that deserve moral consideration. They're not human to me, right? You can do 1,000,001 bad things. You can do 1,000,001 bad things. But like the second you become an actual Nazi who espouses that kind of ideology, the second that you make excuses for that ideology, like you deserve no moral consideration. Anything that happens to you, I might not celebrate it, but I certainly won't give a because like this, like if there was a Nazi and we knew he was a Nazi and he was spreading Nazi propaganda and then someone hit him with a tow truck, like it would be no different than someone like ramming into a washing machine to me. No moral consideration for those people. They're not human because you have to remove your humanity. You have to remove your humanity in order to see things from that point of view. I don't care what happened to the people who were Nazis after World War II. I don't care. I don't care that the guy who was in charge of their executions intentionally botched hanging them so that they would suffer as long as possible. Because there's no difference to me seeing Joseph Goebbels hanging by his neck, squirming for 10 minutes, slowly suffocating to death, and seeing a bale of hay being lowered from the ceiling. There's no difference to me. They're not human. They're Nazis who went around and found as many people as they possibly could to exterminate. Nazis aren't people. Here's the tweet Elon deleted where he calls Tucker interview with a Holocaust denier very interesting. Jesus Christ, dude. I just hate these people. I just hate them. And I don't hate them because I just hate all conservatives. I hate them because I think that they're horrible, evil people who will make excuses for the worst things that have ever happened in human history because it might trigger the libs. They're not people. They're automatons. God, I'm so triggered. I don't even know what to say, dude. Like it's so bad. We're in such a bad place right now, dude. We're in such a bad place right now. Tucker Carlson says Cheney supports Kamala Harris because they are both neocons who believe it's okay to kill people in order to get rich. What they actually care about is the ability to continue to fight pointless wars because that's where all the money is. If you don't believe it, maybe you haven't checked your phone today to see that Cheney and his horrible daughter have endorsed Kamala Harris. Why is that? What does Cheney have in common with Kamala Harris? They have everything in common. They are both neocons. It tells you what a lie this race and gender stuff is. It's not the divide. The divide is in your heart. And if you think it's okay to kill people in order to get rich, then you're on their side. And you don't. And if you don't, you're on our side. The world will be a better place when Tucker Carlson is no longer walking the earth. Oh, well, you should have said something in the 30 seconds that I told you to say something. Trump derangement syndrome. I don't need to watch it. Oh, man. What time is it? 7:32. Let me look real quick. Who is live right now? Is there anyone that might want to talk or something? Actually, you know what? I think I don't know what we're gonna do. What should we do? There's two options. Either I can just like start getting high and I think I have some edibles left over, and we can just like vibe for the rest of the night, or we can end stream and I can decide whether or not I want to go live again later tonight, like at midnight or some shit. But like, hey Gibbs. Thank you for the sub. I appreciate that. God, I'm sick.
Is she hot or is she just your best friend's sister? Sorted.
Gibbs, can you pull me back from the brink, buddy? Dude, if Gibbs is on that side, I don't know. I don't want to believe that. I don't want to have a negative opinion of Gibbs. Okay? I don't think that Gibbs is pro-Nazi. We were watching the Tucker Carlson interview where he was talking to the guy that was making apologia for the Nazis in World War II. And I had conservatives in my chat making excuses for Tucker Carlson. Oh, he's giving an interview. Like, this guy is literally sitting there making every like Jewish conspiracy for why World War II happened, like argument to Tucker, and he's just sitting there like nodding along like this, like, and then what did the mean British people do to Germany? It's like I'm sorry, I have such a lack of care for literally anything that someone like that has to say, like in the fact that there are people defending them, or the people that are defending the anti-American that are getting paid by Russia. It's like they're like, it's impossible to critique anyone on the right, because like even if they're interviewing a Nazi apologist, like I have to be okay with that. Like I have to be okay with Nazi apologia with one of the largest media figures in American history. Like my outrage on that is not a unique thing. It's not something that should be unique. Everybody should be mad that Tucker Carlson was sitting there with a Nazi apologist. It was like disgusting levels of it too. Like it was humanitarian what they were doing on the Eastern Front. I just can't get past it. Yeah, some humanitarian idea to throw everyone into concentration camps, and then when you can't feed them, just kill them. I don't know how anyone could look at anything that Tucker Carlson says ever and take it seriously. Even before that. But like after having the Nazi on his show and then asking questions like, oh man, that's crazy how Churchill was the bad guy in World War II. Like how do conservatives look at themselves in a mirror after saying like they trust Tucker Carlson over things that the State Department says? Did I miss something? Dude, it's disgusting. It's like actually triggering the shit out of me. All day long, we're looking at the Russia collusion shit with all these conservative commentators. I'm sorry, not every conservative commentator is being paid by Russia, but these ones were, and that's worth condemning, and that's worth calling out. And then we have Tucker Carlson, who, by the way, was part of that. Who was part of that? And they're going to make excuses for him not only being a part of that, but also interviewing a Nazi who's sitting there and like rewriting the entire history of the lead up to World War II and the actions that the Nazis did on the Eastern Front. And like, I'm supposed to feel bad for supporting Ukraine? I'm supposed to feel bad about supporting Ukraine? Meanwhile, the people that they get all of their information from are sitting there sucking the cock of a Nazi apologist? I will never ever I will never, ever take any condemnation that any conservative throws at me as long as they're the kinds of people that will support Tucker Carlson on anything that he does. They required people to put in giant font on their stuff if they take money from foreign people, if it's over 20% of their income. I think it should be if it's any amount of your income personally. I think that if you're someone who is taking money from a foreign adversary. Now, granted, at this point, we don't know if Tim Pool had more knowledge than we thought he did, or that I think he does. We don't have any evidence for the level of culpability that I think he has, right? So I don't think that he should be thrown in jail yet. Well, no, the entire thing here is that the Russians were like doing money laundering. They were going through shell companies. They were going through all these different things, right? And the money laundering is one of the things that they're getting charged with. Like, you can say they'll start paying into PACs, but if anybody gets any inclination, right? Yeah, essentially it's this. This is the best faith or the best case scenario for Tim Pool, all right? The best case scenario for Tim Pool, Benny Johnson, Tucker Carlson, any of these people that were involved in this, all right, is they're either so that after they asked 3 times for the identity, for like any proof that this like benefactor existed, right? They got a 1-page biography on the guy and couldn't find him anywhere else on the internet, not on LinkedIn, not on YouTube, not on any news site, anywhere, right? Like, they're either like literally 75 IQ, barely capable of taking care of themselves without a handler level of, or they knew that it was sketchy and they took the money anyway. Because I know Benny triggers lefties hard, so it's a good meme. Well, Benny is very, in my opinion, based off of what was read off in the indictment, Benny probably knew that he was getting Russian marching orders. So, like, you can say it's a good meme that he's triggering the left, but, like, I would say that in terms of the evidence that's out there already, Benny is probably the third on the chopping block. Because first, it's the 2 Russian nationals. It's going to be Lauren Chen and her husband, because they knew that they were taking money from the Russians with their correspondence, and then they were giving talking points to Benny Johnson, or Benny, what is that right? Benny, whatever the fuck his name is. Like, they gave him direct marching orders on stories, and he was like, yeah, I'd be fine with doing that. Like, I wouldn't be so outraged. I wouldn't be so angry about this shit if, like, the average conservative commentator would admit that there's something wrong here. There's something wrong when your largest creators are taking Russian money. There's something wrong when your largest creators, when your largest news people are sitting down with Nazis and listening to Nazi apologia. There's a problem there. But it's like we have to look past literally every single bad action that conservatives do, man. Gibbs, as like stupid as some of the things that I think you say are, like, I would rather you be up there. Like, as stupid as the shit that you say is, I would rather you be up there. Because this is ridiculous. How many horrible things does Trump have to do? How many horrible things does Tucker Carlson have to do? How many horrible things do we have to uncover from these large conservative talking heads? How many things do I have to look by? I don't think that I don't know what my price would be. I don't know what my price would be for selling out on this level. I care too much. I do. I care too much. There's probably a price. I'm not saying that I'm like some ultimate moral being, but like, I don't know what that price would be. I'm not gonna lie. I don't know what that price would be. It would be really high though. Damn, dude. Sorry, I'm just so triggered about the I don't want to. I don't want to have to live in a world where I have to like go back to like kindergarten and explain to these adults, ostensibly adults. I mean, they're old enough to like know better because they're old enough to have an email address and sign up for twitch.tv. Like, I shouldn't have to explain. I shouldn't have to explain that the Nazis were bad. I shouldn't have to explain that it's bad when someone has a Nazi in front of them and doesn't question a single thing that they say. I shouldn't have to explain that it's bad, that there are commentators that are taking money from the Russian government and that's a bad thing because they're selling disinformation to you. You know, you have to at least be old enough to know better if you have a email account. That's the thing I'm trying to get across. It's a cause for despair. It's a cause for despair when we live in a world where we have to like explain to people over and over and over why the Nazis were bad, dude. Man, I don't know. Admiral Gibbs, are you streaming tonight? My favorite. Yeah, I'll be live soon. How long? I'll raid into you. Yeah, like the weird like I can't imagine. The cocaine headache is killing me. Okay, 8 minutes. We'll start it up now and I'll raid into you, okay? This is about Tim.
His YouTube video.
I made a mistake in pull it from circulation. I used the wrong data set to explain why Tim Pool had to have known he was taking dirty money at Tenet. I'll smoke a bowl for you. Oh, I'm going to smoke a bowl immediately. I don't like to stream while high. Maybe I'll pop into a voice chat with you. I'll jump into someone's VC while high on their stream, but I won't stream myself while high.
And just deleted it. I don't want that. It's essentially bad at this point. I don't want it floating around muddy in the waters. So today's video was talking about how looking at the recent DOJ indictment with Tenet and Russia and all of that. And I was using some math and analytics to show how $100,000 an episode was above and beyond what Tim Pool could have expected in any sort of brand deal. The mistake I made, which is 100% my fault, just an oversight on my part, no one to blame but myself, was I was looking at the published videos on his channel with like 1.3 million subscribers. There were like 20,000 views per video on or about, some higher, some lower. When I went back to the Tenet YouTube channel, which has since been deleted, unfortunately, so kind of digging through Internet Archives, they were not just publishing videos from Tim, but they were the clips, but they were also publishing live streams every so often. And the views on those were quite a bit higher. They were 70, 80, 90,000 at times, sometimes north of 100,000. But a couple pieces here. First, that view number then kind of changes the that I made, and mine all of a sudden is really underestimating. To be clear, I still think $100,000 is way over the top of what he reasonably could have expected, but it kind of throws that analysis out the window. I was looking at, data point A when really what mattered was data point B, if that makes sense. And that data point B is streaming. You're talking about an hour-long content with guests. It's just, look, I'm familiar with ad rates for posted videos. I'm not familiar with the game when it comes to live streaming content. It's a very different beast in the advertising space. So again, pulled the video down because I was...
I don't think that they're running any ads. I don't think that they have... I'm not sure. Benny is confirmed as commentator 3. Covered a story about the Russians requested through Lauren Chen, him too. Since none of the involved are willing to release their contracts or communications, we have no idea how many times he covered stories at the request of the Kremlin. Jesus.
Or to their... The company never disclosed to the influencers or to their millions of followers its ties to RT and the Russian government. Instead, the defendants and the company claimed that the company was sponsored by a private investor. But that private investor was a fictitious persona. The company never disclosed to the influencers or to their...
I am the only person who has ever had editorial control of my program.
I'm not saying it's right or wrong. I'm saying it is what it is. Okay? The world is not sunshine and gumdrops. There are bad people, and oftentimes in war, both sides are the devil. Okay? Like, there's no angels in war. Go talk to somebody who's fought in a war and ask if you were on the side of the angels. There are no angels in war. There are two sides, varying degrees of evil. All right? I'm just saying, that's why the best stance is to be anti-war. The best stance is to be peace at all costs in virtually every situation. Will this lead to escalation? I mean, if these people are found out to be like Ukrainian-backed terrorists, totally. Yes. The U.S. can only produce about 1,000 artillery shells per day. Europeans even less. Russians are producing and using 10,000 a day. This is one of the reasons why Ukraine is losing the war. Congressional action won't fix this. So here from the Berliner Zeitung, the U.S. knew in advance about plans to blow up the Nord Stream pipelines in the Baltic Sea, according to Poland's foreign minister in an interview published Friday, but the U.S. did nothing. So this is a terrorist attack. This is the largest eco-terrorism and economic terrorism ever. This is a terrorist attack that the U.S. knew about and then did nothing. Mike Benz, who's one of our favorite people as it pertains to these kind of topics of geopolitical warfare and next-gen warfare, says to the report that the U.S. State Department said, do not go to concerts in Russia. Once again, targeting music concerts. If the State Department knew it, the CIA somehow had advanced awareness and provided state the intelligence and domestic paramilitary operations being planned in Moscow. Fill in the rest yourself. I mean, by every measure, it looks like the United States knew that something like this was going to pop off.
And they warned the Russians, and the Russians didn't listen.
At what point is there culpability? Well, I guess we're going to have to wait and see.
The culpability would be on Putin because he directly knew about this and he did nothing.
To find out who these guys were and to find out, what the response will be with you as it pertains to Ukraine.
All right. Raiding into Admiral Gibbs. I can't take it anymore. I love you guys very much. He's playing Warhammer 40K. Maybe after I get sufficiently high and chill the out, if you're down for it, I'll jump into your Discord, okay? But I need to I just can't do it with the